So right before we left off, what were we just talking about there?
So guys, first off, apologies for that. I guess there are some things that we just can't talk about on the stream without really ticking off the algo and getting kicked. So that's unfortunate. Anyways, we're talking about really high voltages and how condensed we could possibly make a power supply. How big a device would need to be to effectively deliver hundreds of thousands of volts or millions of volts. And so one of the examples we brought up was this little 1.5 inch, or this 1.25 inch by 1.25 inch by 1.25 inch cube power supply that I have been developing that can deliver 165,000 volts. So it's a super compact power supply, and it does need an external driver, which is also ironically an exactly the same size cube that just attaches to it.
What current does it run at?
That thing will only deliver something like 35 watts. I mean, I can peak 300 watt.
Oh, that's well. Oh, okay, 35 watts.
I can
Okay.
stack peak 300 watt pulses on it, but it'll just the average power delivery for heat dissipation for the thermal um, handling abilities of that thing is roughly about 35 watts. Otherwise, it just goes into thermal overload, and you can get.
How many times have you ever been shocked, Jeremiah, badly?
Oh,
How many times have
okay.
you
So
been
that
shocked?
let's we have to draw a bar on badly.
A
Some
DC shock is definitely different than an AC shock. I'll tell you
oh,
that much.
is it ever? Yes, it is. Okay, so I can tell you guys a story of one of the worst times I've been shocked. That was geez, I don't remember exactly how old it was. I think I was 14, but that ain't wrong. Um, what I can tell you for sure is that I had a chain of capacitors that had two switches between them each, and so there was a three-way switch that would take them from being disconnected to being parallel, or take one side from being disconnected to being series. Yeah, so the three-way switch would do the disconnection to the series connection, and then the single switch would do the disconnection to the parallel connection. So I would charge them all up in parallel, and if you guys have seen that scene from Jurassic Park, basically she's standing in front of the panel and she's trying to restore power to the park, and she has to prime and pump this breaker, and she has to flip these switches sequentially, from top down, put these breakers back on, right? So it was basically like that configuration. Once you get the whole thing charged to be parallel, you sequentially shut off all of the switches down the entire line, and then you just flip them on one at a time from the bottom up, and the whole entire system builds up the voltage
Oh, what is going on, dude?
well, anyways, I had this wire from this capacitor ring sitting on the ground next to me, and it was just on a piece of plastic,
Oh my god, they couldn't even hear you guys. So I had the volume turned down. I never turned it back
Really?
up. Oh my god, oh my god, they're like, it's quiet in here. I'm like, fuck, man.
Yeah, but
Really?
wait a minute, Jeremy, I heard it perfectly.
Yeah, I know.
That's
We're all
just-
on Zoom. That's why you can hear it on
on
Zoom.
YouTube.
But it wasn't. I wasn't broadcasting it on the streaming software. I'm sorry, guys. I turned you guys down when I started up, and I forgot to turn it back. I should have. Man.
Well,
You
tell
guys-
us about your voltage multiplier circuit, Jeremiah, and what happened to you. Let's hear this.
Well, that wasn't the voltage multiplier circuit. Yeah, that was the analog chain. Okay, so I'll just quickly summarize it back up. I had a bank of capacitors that were set up with two switches between each of them. One of the switches would allow me to connect them in parallel. The other switch would allow me to connect them in series. So you would have to shut off all the.
Hey, real quickly, explain to people the difference between when you put capacitors in series and when you put them in parallel. What the difference is? Tell people that, because that's a very important part of this story.
Yeah, that's a good.
Tell them the difference.
So when you a parallel connection, everything. The positive side of all the components in a parallel connection is connected together, and the negative side of all those components is also connected together. And so the voltage between the positive and the negative side of all the components is the same, and the total voltage is the same.
Yep.
If now you take, say, if those components are capacitors, if they are batteries or capacitors and they have ability to store a voltage, and you disconnect those wires that keep them all charged up, and now you connect them from end to end. So connecting the positive side of one to the negative side of the next, and then connecting the positive side of that next one to the negative side of the one in the row after. You get the voltage, and it adds up. So if each one is charged at 10 volts and you have 10 of them, you have now 100 volts. So this thing would do effectively that. I could charge them up, and I could get several thousand volts out of this thing. Well, I had a wire sitting next to me. And so what you guys missed was the question had been asked, what's one of the worst times you've been shocked? And it was probably this. Well, this wire was sitting from the output of this device. As I was flipping the last switch, I had one hand to my side, just about behind my back. Then I had my other hand where I was flipping the switches. So trying to keep my hand far away from the stuff. Well, the wire was coming around and I hadn't noticed, but it had began to move. And this was a very, very bad thing, as it turns out, because the wire leaps up and snaps me in the hand. And of course, my other hand is positioned on the very last switch in the last stage of this analog capacitor adding circuit. And so it burns into my hand deeply enough to the point where it discolors my skin, leaves copper vapor deposits that are green and yellow in color surrounding this inch and a quarter long piece of wire that is now attached to my hand. And then I have to take a needle and those pliers and basically peel it out of my skin, leaving behind a pretty nasty burn. Anyways, yeah, that was not fun. But during the experience, I seen a pure white flash. The whole world became white. And then all I could see was just this flickering of like these really bright spots in my vision. And time had slowed down.
I still have that to this day.
Completely. Like it had slowed down so much. It was just dragging on. I remember my dad like standing there. He just happened to be, because I was a little kid at this time. You know, I was screwing with these huge capacitor banks when I was just a young punk, and doing my bedroom floors on the carpet.
Nothing like putting one of those in.
He's seen it. He walked across the doorway right as this was happening, and as I was getting shocked. And he just looks at me, and I remember seeing his head in slow motion shake back and forth, indicating a big old nope. Because he was an electrician, and so he knew very well not to touch me at that point. He wasn't going to step in. He knew it was a capacitor.
Hit you with a broom, man.
It finally dropped.
You always keep a board close by to get hit with in case you get shocked. Because what people don't realize is if you go grab a hold of someone that's being shocked real badly and try and push them, you start getting shocked also.
Oh, right. That's exactly why he didn't touch me. I get that. That's why I was pointing it out. Is because
you should have had a board there to hit you
really well. Like, and if there was a stick sitting there, I'm sure he would have grabbed it and hit me with it, and probably loved the whole experience. But just to teach the boy a lesson. But that's not. No, it was a short-lived event. I'm sure that. I think he told me it lasted like maybe 2 or 3 seconds in total. And I mean, for me, it was just, I don't know, a minute. It was forever because obviously you're getting electrocuted and your brain is basically being totally, it's being jacked by all these currents flowing through it. So it's an interesting psychedelic experience that you should never, ever want to have.
Well, as I was saying before, my worst shock was I was assigned to change all the lights on the outside of this gigantic factory from these old aluminum lights to these newer modern LED lights that run off 1 tab of 3-phase, which would be 277 volts. And the old lights ran off the old 480 system, which were these giant aluminum lights. And obviously the LED lights are so efficient, so much brighter. It's a totally different technology. You know what I'm talking about, Jeremiah. So I come into work one night. My boss is like a real dickhead. And he's like, hey, man, and it was sleeting out. I'll never forget. It was 19 degrees out. I actually still have a picture of myself getting up on that fucking lift on Facebook. I have to dig it up, but it's on there. I go up in this lift, and first thing I say to my boss is 10 times, there's no power going to this. Dan, I checked it 100 times. I shut the breaker down. What I should have did was shut the disconnect off to that entire area is what I should have did. I should have known better myself, but everything was like turned off outside. It was dark out. So I'm up on this lift, at least 40 feet in the air, a diesel lift. And I grab a claw hammer and I start getting behind this because this thing was really into this wall. I start getting behind this light and just start ripping on it. And it hadn't worked in like 2 years. And I start pulling on it, finally get to the point where I can grab hold of this by hand and start wiggling it back and forth and back and forth. And the thing is, it's finally going to come apart. And all of a sudden I just hear this gigantic fucking explosion. And it was a bolt of lightning shot out of it. One thing I forgot to say was a ton of stuff inside the entire building shut off. All kinds of shit shut off, man. All kinds of machines that are supposed to be powered up over the weekend. This is on a Friday night. And a bolt of lightning shot into the cage I was in, the lift. Now, the lift, it couldn't go straight to ground because I'm on tires. Then it like ricocheted off of there and then went against the wall. This all happened in like a millisecond. It went against the wall, and there was this gigantic, beautiful lightning bolt against this galvanized painted metal that went straight to the ground, and the ground had like a burn mark on it. I should have took a picture of the lightning bolt, but my boss, the burn mark. My boss did not want anybody knowing anything happened because that would have been his ass for that. He would have been fired instantly.
How could it have been
something like that?
The thing I don't get though, like, I get that you were up there and it was a coincidentally terrible timing event, but like honestly, it wasn't these guys' fault, right? Nature had its own way and struck the building. Why would he have been on the line for that? Isn't that just nature taking its course? And wouldn't the company have an insurance?
Well, let me tell you,
stuff.
He's the manager of the shift. He guaranteed me that he had turned off power to the circuit.
Well, even if he did, I mean, he may have turned off power. That lightning could have still gone through that circuit easily.
No way. No way. Not
until you could have. That's one of the things that they test me. Yeah, you've seen the videos of like the rocket test, right? Okay, so they'll send a rocket with a wire trailing it up into the clouds during a peak voltage event where their detection antenna is indicating a high ion level from the clouds. And so this thing will trigger a lightning bolt down the wire. It'll go into the receiving port, and then they'll send it down a huge conduction cable into a breaker box so that they can test the safety of transmission of a lightning bolt striking a ground arrestor of a building through the electrical circuits. This is specifically designed in their case. What they were testing in the video they show publicly is of a ground arrestor that is properly grounded. What happens when you have a system that's not properly grounded is an explosive, violent event that basically destroys the entire breaker box, the incoming cables, burns through everything, has the ability to power and charge up almost all the cables in the building, regardless of whether or not they're grounded or not. It'll just capacitively couple to all of them. So that energy can go straight through a disconnected circuit. It does not care.
Jeremiah.
Well, yeah, what it did was it went into other machines and knocked them out. There was like 5 machines knocked out for weeks, and then they're like, "What the fuck happened in here the other weekend?" Because we came back here on a Monday and like there was like 5 machines that are not working, and they knew.
Our stream's live, guys, and we the title says TR-3B flying triangle, and talking about UFO technology being declassified. I just wanted we were just talking, telling work stories about getting electrocuted in the Zoom call when I
if we were electrocuted, we'd be dead.
Hey, I just wanted to come and chime in about the recent pyramid video. You guys know it's been debunked already, right?
Yeah, David.
Oh yeah.
What have you seen other than the Mick West thing, which we kind of already covered here?
I didn't see you guys cover that yet. I must have missed it. Yeah, the Mick West is pretty damning. It's like just a camera bokeh basically, and the aperture of the night vision goggles.
Why is the Pentagon and the U.S. Navy confirming this and saying, this is what they're showing senators at our UAPTF debriefings?
Have they actually confirmed it? Is like
apparently John Greenwald said he got a statement from Susan Goof from the Pentagon. But they always spell it wrong. It's not a G, it's a P. I have her email.
I mean, I'm fully on board with the bokeh thing. I think the thing that's kind of weird about it to me is
the thing is, I got people attacking me. They're like, "Oh, you're just Mick West's friend," and like, what are you just all about Mick West now? Like, you promoted that. I was like, no, he did a really good job debunking this, and I'm gonna give him credit where credit's due. And I don't agree with Mick West on everything. And I actually have an interview I did with Mick West, which is, you can go and watch if you really want to see like what we agree and disagree on with it when it comes to UFOs and some of this other stuff. So I've gone back and forth on this idea of whether there's recovered alien metals and programs to reverse engineer this stuff. And I've done a lot of research to try to find that if it does exist. I'm
This
skeptical,
is nothing
but I'm
more than a
open-minded.
modern Bill. This is nothing more than a modern Bill Moore story. For people in UFO history that don't understand who Bill Moore was, Bill Moore turned into an NSA agent who worked along with Richard Doty to turn Paul Benowitz into an insane human being. And Paul Benowitz is the guy that actually was filming Kirtland Air Force Base and supposedly was filming the first major drones that we had. Supposedly these things were hopping off the ground, but they were also hopping up onto the Archuleta Mesa, which is known as Dulce. Okay, they were going into Paul Benowitz had complained to his children and said, listen, these aliens are coming into my house in the middle of the night and they're literally injecting me and taking me away for hours at a time. And they didn't believe him at first, but then they look at his arm and he's got all these track marks all over him. Well, Bill Moore admitted right on the stage in the 1989 IUFOC, hey, guess what? I've been a disinformation agent for the National Security Agency. I've been a part of driving Paul Benowitz crazy, and he started getting booed like crazy.
Was it the NSA or the Air Force OSI? Because it says Air Force.
No, listen, Paul Benowitz, you got to hear the story Richard Doty tells. Richard Doty was said that he realized at one point, here's what happened. Paul Benowitz's kids called Richard Doty on the phone and said, listen, if you don't, they threatened him. They said, if you don't start leaving my effing dad alone, there's going to be trouble. I guess they were basically going to take him out. They had the shits of it because they thought his dad was going crazy. And Paul Benowitz was like you, Jeremiah. He was a genius electrical technician.
Yeah, he had all that radar receivers, and he had like the signals intelligence.
Yes, he was a millionaire and everything. Cool. He stumbled across something he shouldn't in the 80s. But here's what happened. They said to Richard Doty, they said this. They said, listen, we know you're across the street in the house across the street. We film you watching us. And he's like, what? So Richard Doty does some digging around and realizes that the NSA is in on this for some reason. And they're actually across the street. So it must have been something extremely highly classified he filmed.
Right.
And they started pumping signals into his television and started making him think that he was listening to aliens talking to him and telling him what to do. Go outside at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, here's what the NSA would do. The NSA would put masks on and go grab the guy, inject him, and make him think he was being abducted by aliens. There's a lot of stories out there, guys, where someone will be in the middle of an abduction and they'll reach up and grab the alien's face, and the face will pull
real
off.
quick,
And
let me just break in. We got some people that want to join the stream again. Jeremy, post that Zoom link.
Yeah, TR-3B. We're kind of
people
like,
that have information about the TR-3B and its engineering, or ideas on it.
If you got any, if anyone has any,
I hope it's not that fake freaking TR-3B bullshit.
Jeremy,
we still haven't got really into that with me and.
We're gonna get into the TR-3B, Jeremy.
Yeah, let's get into it.
We've got a lot of stuff to talk about here.
Let's get them in. Let's I want to hear this too.
People are like out there saying on Jeremy Corbell's video that one of the top comments is TR-3B. Someone said on that Jeremy Corbell flying triangle video that's got over 1 million views now, and everyone's like, I'm trying to find information on it, but I can't find anything. Nothing legitimate shows up, and I'm like, oh, there's a reason for that.
Jeremy, sorry, Scott here. One of the things that kind of came up, obviously, we're chatting about this, basically this fake kind of this fake triangle bullshit. It's obviously bokeh, but secondly, the stuff that you were doing on light standing waves. So if you go back to the video you done, it was basically about how you could create a standing wave with light. Now,
yes,
I kind of thought that was super interesting. The other thing that, one of your videos I kind of thought was a really good sort of spot to start with was the basically having some sort of carbon nanotube donut with the ferrofluid and the toroid, windings on basically to give the magnetic flux and just run that up to create its own center of gravity, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch of physics papers that we've uncovered too, of research going back to the 60s that was done at GE, and a patent by a guy named Henry William Wallace. Have you ever
William
heard?
Wallace. There you
Yeah,
go.
it's like the Braveheart, right? It's the same kind of name, and it's the Henry William Wallace patent. Just type in Henry William Wallace and then just type in patent, and you'll find this Google patent. Goes back to 71. There's some earlier ones from 68. Apparently, it came from these theorists, these two guys who are working for Battelle. I've found Cecil Dewitt, not Cecil Dewitt, Bryce Dewitt, and his wife is Cecil Dewitt, and they were both a physics like power couple, and back in the day, and did a lot of really great research. They worked with a guy named John Archibald Wheeler, and on a lot of the theory behind gravitomagnetism and gravitomagnetic fields, and an analog within gravity to what we call like magnetism. So like where gravity's just the static version of the force, but there's a magnetic component for moving masses.
Yeah.
So
the others, who was the guy, the English guy back in the early 90s, late 80s, that was doing all this stuff about mass? And he was the one that he was inventing all the monorails and stuff. Well, he was coming up with ideas for monorails.
So that's
what was that guy?
Eric Lathwaite. Was his name.
he's probably like a really kind of interesting guy. Like see what he was looking at. I think that's the thing that everyone has just sort of missed.
Right. There's some more public stuff that I don't know if it was put out there just to kind of because he did a lot of other research too. I mean, he invented the monorail, which was this interesting component of magnetism, and he understood a lot about magnetism and engineering to be able to do this. But it's really curious, what kind of classified research he might have been involved when he was definitely interested in this stuff, and one of the guys that was pushing this back in the 70s. At the same time while this other stuff was going on, he was kind of publicly, talking about this and really pushing this out to the public. And it wasn't really well known. It didn't really take off. It didn't really resonate with a lot of people because, of course, he used demonstrations with that flywheel, which is just conservation of angular momentum. And, so the physicists would step in and be like, no, you're mistaken. It's just this. And but there's something important to say about that whole path that they were taking. Okay, so spinning masses create a gravitomagnetic field. So they were trying to rotate a lot of heavy mass, and so there was a lot of interest in physics in trying to set up experiments of this nature. And did they actually do anything like this? And did it actually come out and come into a craft? So let's go over the history of this, because there's a lot of newcomers that I want to clip this up and make like a short history, because it's kind of a lot of information, hard to condense. So we'll start back in the history. The first person to talk about this TR-3B was a guy named Edgar Fouché in 1998 at the International UFO Conference, IUFOC. And I have both of his presentations. He did one in 1998 and another one in 1999. And the one with him in the white shirt is 1998, and the one with him in this red shirt is 1999. So guys, go and check those out. I have them posted up on my channel. I should repost those and just in the full version, because I had lost my ability to do the full versions or something. Maybe I should. I don't know how much I want to revisit this stuff, because we went back and forth on Ed for years. Ed, of course, created an AlienScientist forum with me and Dan was one of my moderators. Yeah, Ed actually introduced me to Dan, who's my guest on here tonight. And we did a lot of investigations into this case and a lot of other cases, that like the Balls 85 case, and a lot of other interesting UFO cases that Ed Fouché had relayed to us and got us interested in as sort of a UFO investigative research team about 10 years ago, including the Bob Lazar case, which we had like a huge thread on the forum all about Bob Lazar. And Ed would join us and gave us a lot of really inside military knowledge. He really did work at the base. He had, we tested him.
He was there 20 years. He was in the Air Force 20 years.
Right.
We got paperwork from him being. I know he was at Nellis for quite a long time, because I'm good friends with his daughter, and her entire high school years in junior high on, she went to school in Las Vegas, because he was stationed at Nellis, and then when he wouldn't be at Nellis, he was over at Jesus Christ, Edwards Air Force Base, who does control Groom Lake.
I got copies. He sent me copies of all. I have all his documents. I have his DDW too. I have,
Ed, you want to hear
his
something real weird about Ed?
sorry.
That's real quick. Mark
DD-214.
McCandlish and Ed died exactly 4 years apart on the same day. Isn't that bizarre? I was the last guy that spoke to Ed alive. I spoke to him on Skype for 5 hours the day he died. He just got back from the VA. He wanted to talk to me. Ed died between the 12th and the 13th of May 2017. Didn't Mark McCandlish just die on May 13th?
Yeah,
the other
yeah.
day.
It's same exact day, 4 years apart.
Or I mean, I'm sorry, April. Yeah, April. Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? They died that's the first thing I noticed. I'm like, holy crap, they died 4 years apart from each other. But keep talking about Ed.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through all the documents in the folder I have from Ed. This is all his documents that he had sent to me to show, this is names of people that he was stationed with and worked with that, you could track down this record and confirm his story, for researchers that want to get into it. I should put all these documents up now that this thing with Mark's happened and Ed's gone, and people are starting to dig into this TR-3B stuff. I'm gonna put a whole page together on this on my website and put all these documents up so that people can dig into the Ed Fouché stuff. They can dig into the TR-3B stuff.
Yeah, TR-3B is really bizarre. We've had it here in Miami, a supposed sighting of it. It's basically that triangle in the middle. It has that giant orb, and it's basically a time machine. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with remote viewing.
I was like, that whole 80s, 90s Belgian wave, you don't think that was like stealth blimp technology? That was one of the things that people have brought up, that we've brought up in our discussions, me and Dan and stuff, and the people we've talked to.
There'd be two at once, though, and then one would blink out. I don't see how a blimp can do that.
Yeah. There's so many weird stuff about this,
Tried to say it was a stealth blimp. By the way, Jeremy, in the private chat, someone just posted a really nice high definition version of Riddles of the Sky Part 2. I'm going to send you that in the private chat, and it's already set for the time Ed comes on. You should play that so people have an idea who Ed is.
Yeah. Where's that? And that's in the live.
I just sent it to you in the private chat on here.
Okay.
And it's time set. I found it, and the guy literally just posted, I think, a day ago, and I found it because I searched for that stuff. Yeah, it's April 18th. That was yesterday he posted it.
Are you guys familiar with remote viewing by any chance? Remote viewing?
Am.
Familiar.
It's a great phenomenon because you can kind of explore these unknown, this unknown territory that is just like off limits. So for those of you who don't know, remote viewing is basically psychic work where it comes from the military, but you can use sheets of paper and you can use your subconscious mind to get more information out of unknown targets like the TR-3B or
the target's a thought. The target's a thought, and then you take that target and try and figure out what you're seeing, and you put a group of 10 people together and see who comes up with what. I have a good friend who swears to God he was a remote viewer for the government. I don't know if I believe him anymore.
I think it's just think tanks, dude. That's like how think tanks work. You don't need remote viewing. You just need people that are smart and understand this stuff because they can just see it and they have an innate
you want to know something
understanding of this kind of stuff. I don't think it
has
definitely helps.
Remote viewers.
So my whole thing with remote viewing is like, all right, so if it has to be like, if I'm going to use it to gain intelligence, I have to be able to read a word off a piece of paper, So maybe we.
What do you mean? Explain.
How do we do it to get actual intelligence? Like, so I'm thinking like remote viewing is like we could all sit together and picture like the KGB file archive and working our way inside of it to.
Mm-hmm. No, you get a target, Jeremy. Somebody hands you a target, and that target, it's not just real quick. It's not. Some people think it's a location on Earth. It's a coordinate. It's a thought, and they put it in an envelope, and that number that's on there means nothing other than what that thought that was put into the remote viewing material. And then some people will take that thought and they'll just look at this target. And they'll come up with the exact same vision. That's the weird part of it.
Let me be real.
I don't know that that's true or not.
No, let me be real, because I do remote
psychic spying. is what it
They
is.
can track
Psychic
anything
spying.
now.
It's psychic espionage, and let me just say that, you know, it on paper, no pun intended, it sounds like complete bullshit. But basically, you're given a blind target. You're given only numbers, and you can tap into that, sending your consciousness there. And it sounds like a total load of crap. But the bizarre part is that when you actually take out the sheet and you follow the instructions correctly, you can actually fish out information from it.
Well, I'm open to anything we can do scientifically. So next time we all get together, I want to do this experiment. It's going to be one of the experiments I want to try when we're all together. We can. I want someone.
You got to get some proven
knowledgeable about it
remote viewers.
who
You
can
got to
lead
get some
it.
proven remote viewers on though, Jeremy. It's
To be
something.
honest with you, I mean, it's definitely that's definitely a lot of that stuff.
I've done quite a lot of
stuff's real,
testing.
man, because I feel like that's like stuff that was like mind control that they came out with to try to convince the Russians that we were doing this and it was all-
100%. I'm with Jeremy
real?
on this. 100%.
If you don't think it's real, then I encourage you.
I want to try it, man.
Target. Usually,
I'm skeptical as hell of
first
it, man.
timers. Yeah, absolutely. Usually, first timers do exceedingly well. So if you try your first time, you can actually most likely draw what's going to be there. But it's like a martial art where you have to practice. And the reason I bring up remote viewing is because it's the key to finding out more about, like, say, underground bases, more about alien craft.
Well, really, if I'm going to remote view anything, it's going to be women's underwear. And
hey, Charlie, anyways,
Victor Wag gave a super chat.
Let me ask you something real quick. Do you know who Pat Price is when it comes to remote viewing?
Yeah, he was the most psychic man alive.
Do you know what happened to Pat Price?
I think he was murdered, right?
Yeah, he was murdered. Yeah.
Right.
And Ed Fouché was into remote viewing. Is that why you brought that up, or you just brought it up out of nowhere? That's kind of weird.
I brought it up.
Was really into remote viewing.
I bring it up a lot because I'm skeptical of it, but.
Oh, I'm skeptical.
Ed's software.
Okay.
You brought it up because of Ed's software, Charlie?
No, what was Ed's software? What was it called?
NeuroSync Mind.
NeuroSync Mind.
Software.
No, that's not the reason I brought it up. I brought it up simply because of subjects that are usually intangible. It's more efficient sometimes to like if you were to have at least one remote viewer, it could make the difference. And so,
did you ever try to remote view Area 51?
No, I haven't.
Okay, anybody I've known that has ever tried to remote view Area 51 has come across what are called counter remote viewers. They're like remote viewer guards. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
I don't know.
That was in Sci-Spice by Jim Mars. They talked about all that stuff.
It was largely believed that any place that you remote viewed, you were undetected. But when you start remote viewing places like underground bases by yourself, it's very dangerous because they can actually know
about dumb.
This would make a great show. Underground.
This is a show, man. We're live now. Everyone's loving
Let's
this.
just talk about bullshit.
We got 179 watching now.
Yeah, we're almost to 300 now. It's the title,
now. I don't know.
man.
Yeah.
It's the people are looking up this TR-3B flying triangle technology, and they want experts who know more about it and to talk about it.
The two best TR-3B cases are
Mercury Vortex engine allegedly. Let's talk back. Let's get out.
I think there's a huge link between the TR-3B technology and what Bob Green you're studying right now, and I don't think it's coincidental that the link got cut as soon as you were talking about MF.
Oh no, not at all, man. That was kind of creepy. My whole computer went blue screen, and everything just started fading out, and then it went like attacked. And that's why I'm skeptical about putting the Zoom link in, because I know hackers could probably get the IP if they're on Zoom with me and stuff. But I'm not worried about that, man. We're all on the same team. This is about disclosure.
Want to talk about the TR-3B, Jeremy? You and me knew Ed. I knew Ed best.
Victor Wag, I just want to give a quick shout out. He tossed me $10 Canadian. That Greer announcement was whack. Steven Seagal guesting at Greer's documentary fundraiser. What? Steven Seagal?
Yeah, he has Steven Seagal coming on or something like that.
That's awesome.
Who does? Oh yeah, Steven Seagal's really
Greer.
into UFOs. There's a picture of Steven Seagal and Bob Lazar, but he wanted to play Bob Lazar in a movie. It's from the 80s, if you can find it. I know Gene Huff has it. I'll get a copy of it.
That's awesome, Victor Wag. The best live on YouTube. Thank you for the $20 super chat there. subsequently, man. You're awesome.
I mean, your view count is as lively as the freaking Bitcoin price, man. It's wild. Look at that number around.
Nah, this is going. We got to keep. Let's keep talking about this. Let's keep talking about this flying triangle. I want to play this clip from Ed Fouché. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you guys out from the stream. I want to play this clip by Ed Fouché. You guys can talk, but I'm gonna mute it out from the. Actually, no, I can't. I'm just gonna just mute
it. Let's go.
Let's what? I'm gonna share this with you. Hold up. Let me share.
Today, the public is just as much in the dark about black projects.
You guys got to make me the host so I can.
But there's no doubt that the technology is far more sophisticated and advanced than ever. Just how exotic the new propulsion systems and aircraft shapes of tomorrow may be is not known for sure.
Saw when you were on Bob's
but informed commentators and aviation experts believe that a new generation, codenamed Aurora, is being constructed, and prototypes already flying.
During the late 1980s, I think the United States government was spending several $billion on very highly classified, high-altitude, high-speed aircraft.
Dan, you're the host.
Aurora.
Definitely that structure, that toroid structure on the bottom.
Oh yeah. How did I become the host, bro? What do you need me to do, bro?
Just give me the host back. Go to the participants and then click on my name and it says make host. All right.
Okay, because I'm used to StreamYards. I'm not used to this at all. Chat.
Find
chat.
Yeah. Find me.
Participants.
It says more and says make host.
Hey Charlie, did by any chance while you were looking through the whole UFO stuff, did you ever think of like did you ever search for an electromagnetic propulsion system in YouTube or anything like that? Because that's how I found the channel.
I want to show this video so that people can watch and listen, but I have to. I want to mute you guys out, or I want you guys to be. I can't host it and share my screen without.
I'm gonna self-mute. Jeremy, hang on a minute here. I found your name and stuff like that. You're claiming that if I click on your name, it should say more, and then I should be able to make you host.
Yeah.
Under find participants, right?
Yeah, participants. You see Jeremy, and then go more, and then make host. So.
How did I become the host?
When I kicked me off when we started talking about stuff we weren't supposed to talk about on the last one.
Doesn't seem like I'm able to do what you're saying, brother.
To answer your question, I went down the rabbit hole I was 20 and I started reading about Bob Lazar, and he spoke about at the center of a craft how something would move really fast, an extreme RPM, and I think the TR-3B has that same principle where something spins so fast, it bends time and space, so it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I doubt what I believe was happening is basically what's going on there is that if it spins so fast, it generates its own inertia and becomes gravitational neutral. So if it spins fast enough, its own inertia and gravity basically becomes neutral rather than being tied to something else. That's what I would think would happen there.
Well, let me ask you a question. Can your brain model how that happens and why that happens? Can you see in your head the physics of what's going on there and understand why spinning something really fast, once it develops the correct amount of inertia, angular velocity in comparison to the external velocity of the Earth, the rotation speed and the gravitational field, would then become neutral? Is that something that you can see? Can you visualize it? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I can visualize it in my head.
But I was wondering
whether it's correct. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm saying that I can visualize it.
The way I thought about it and visualized it in terms of a physics model is I thought if I have something that's at escape velocity, right? You have a certain escape velocity to get out of the Earth's, gravity field in general, right? So what if I spun something at escape velocity? Would it technically be, spinning so fast that it's escaped the Earth's gravity? That was kind of
Jeremy. Real quick, I'm not the host. A guy named Jonathan B is the host. Okay.
I haven't done the calculations because I'm not
the host, bro.
You're not the host.
That's the problem.
So somebody else is
Jonathan
the host.
B is, man.
Oh, yeah, Jonathan B is the host.
B is.
Oh yeah, Jonathan B. You got to go to my name, bro. I don't know if he's still here, but that was the dude that was tripping out in his bedroom with all the lights on, remember? And oh man.
Can you get rid of him if he's not here and then
no, I can't. He's here. He's here. He said he's going to make me the host. He's going to.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
There, he made me the host. This video
that's really cool, by the way.
Let's go, dude. Jeremy, look at your view count. You have the most viewers I have ever seen you have in last year.
Wow.
All right, we're gonna play this riddle disguise thing.
Okay, you better make this good, man. Make it count, because these guys are hungry for information.
People are watching. They want to know what's up with TR-3B.
A program that to this day the U.S. government denies ever existed. But if you look at the number of reports of people seeing high-flying, fast airplanes, the amount of money that seems to have disappeared without a trace.
Oh, of course, now he's got technical difficulties.
And in the case of NASA's X-33, a lot of advanced technology that seems to have come from nowhere. I think there's a good case that Aurora was a real project. We spent a lot of money on it, and the government still denies it exists.
It's thought that advanced technology from the Aurora project has been passed on to NASA's next generation of space shuttle. But a computer simulation is no proof that theory has become reality. Although there are reports of sightings of strange craft in this corner of the Nevada desert. Like the UFO phenomenon itself, the world of black projects is shrouded in mystery. One of its legendary bases, located here, is known variously as Groom Lake, Dreamland, and Area 51. For years, the American government denied any knowledge of it. The first picture to confirm its existence came from a Russian spy satellite in 1990. Despite formidable security around the base that is supposed not to exist, more pictures and some hint of the activities there are coming out.
Area 51 is the primary classified test facility for aircraft by the United States Air Force and the U.S. intelligence community. Traditionally, that's the location where new reconnaissance aircraft, such as the U-2 and the SR-71, new stealth aircraft, such as the F-117 fighter, have been tested. It's also the primary facility where aircraft acquired clandestinely from Russia or other countries are stored and tested for evaluation.
Reliable information on what goes on here is difficult to come by. Although some claim to have worked at Area 51, there is a suspicion that those who talk don't know, and those who know don't talk. But Edgar Fouché's credentials as an Air Force avionics specialist do qualify him with the exact sort of background to have been assigned to Area 51.
I was there to repair and do a couple of modifications. And I went up every day at 4:30 in the morning before sunlight, came back every night after dark, and did this for 10 days straight. The thing that bothered me the most about Groom was not somebody walking around with an M16 glaring at me when I was trying to work at times, but having to wear the goggles that looked like the black welder's goggles, that the sides are blocked off so you have no peripheral vision. And at about 30 feet, everything becomes blurred. And at 50 feet, if somebody was pointing a gun at me, I wouldn't have seen them. So, but anytime you're outside, or I was outside of my facility, I had to wear them because they didn't want me seeing anything, say, in the next building over, or aircraft that were sitting on the flight line.
That's an important key point. I just want to pause it right there, guys, because the foggles, they're called, all right? If you look up foggles, you can find a whole thing on these. They're like fogged-out goggles. And foggles view limiting device. You can buy a pair for $20 right here, okay? And apparently these
were just admitted to.
These were just admitted to.
Past year,
the past year, but the big, heavy, awkward ones that he describes, like... He says you never forget wearing those things because you'll never forget discomfort, and like you know it's just something that sticks with you that you have to wear. You know, think about everyone complains about wearing these masks at work and long shifts and stuff, but imagine wearing these big heavy goggles that you can everything's blurred out after 20 feet and they screw with your eyes because the optics, and you have
things weren't really that optimized ergonomically, and equipment was heavy, so I can imagine if you wanted to block out 100% of the light, absolutely guaranteed you'd have a pretty wide band, and it probably wouldn't perfectly conform to your face, and it'd be as uncomfortable as wearing a gas mask, basically strapped tightly against your face and having no gaps.
But
this didn't come out until 1998. We just find out this year
We just found out
this
like
year that they're
2019. It was actually a year ago, December. It was the first article that was on the War Zone.
On the Drive.
And it was on the Drive. I think it was either Tyler Rogaway or Brett Tingley. Yeah, it was Tyler Rogaway.
It was Tyler Rogaway. It's called Foggles at Area 51.
Yep, and
you can check it.
And
out,
then
man.
Popular Mechanics
also
also reported on it. But that's something that Bob Lazar never mentions. He never talked about. He says he went right out on that flight sign and saw that thing. And one of the only guys that talked about it was Ed Fouché. So that's just
he was the only one.
There are rumors that the Aurora project is responsible for many UFO sightings in the vicinity of Area 51. Ball-shaped craft and strange hovering lights. There are those who believe that Aurora has produced a revolutionary breakthrough in advanced technology. Edgar Fouché thinks he knows what it is.
To me, the most fascinating vehicle from the Aurora program has been the TR-3B. It's a triangular-shaped vehicle that uses a circular accelerator, as you imagine a circle within a triangle, that rotates a mercury-based plasma at 60,000 revolutions per minute, pressurized at 250,000 atmospheres, and supercooled to 150 degrees Kelvin. I absolutely believe that all the triangular-shaped vehicles that have been spotted belong to the U.S. government. The only thing that could outmaneuver a TR-3B would be the things we copied it from, which would be alien vehicles.
Edgar Fouché can produce no proof that he has ever had any connection with Area 51. And the notion that Area 51 is in possession of recovered alien technology and reverse engineering it into exotic new propulsion systems and craft.
So, Dan, would you want to say something about that?
Yeah, he had a document that he gave them that showed that he was TDY there at least, I think, 3 times in the late 70s and 84. And they said he can't prove it. Well, I guess they didn't take the document as being authentic, but he gave them over 200 documents showing them where he was, what he was doing.
Did you ever get a hold of the originals? What happened to all the originals? Because he sent me copies of them.
Some stuff. I don't want to say.
Yeah.
Dude, this whole thing's a touchy subject. Whenever I start talking about Edgar Fouché, my computer's dead the next day. And you know this.
Yeah.
I'll just say this when it comes to Ed, okay? I wrestled around with Ed. I absolutely believed Ed in the beginning that this story was absolutely true, 100%. You did too, Jeremy, because of the Mercury plasma vortex.
Well, let's talk. I'll talk about the science of that in a second. Right. So he says it was super cooled, right? Mercury goes frozen at 150 degrees Kelvin. It goes frozen a lot. I think it's like freezing points a little bit around the same as
150 degrees Kelvin at 50,000 at 50,000 to 60,000 RPMs.
But it's the other interesting thing is what about the pressure?
And the pressure
he mentioned, because it's like the highest.
The pressure was 150,000 atmospheres.
150,000.
I know that sounds insane.
What's the highest pressure ever recorded?
150,000 atmospheres.
So what the highest pressure ever man-made is 7.7 million.
Ed was a cryptographer.
A bar. So 7.7 million bar is the highest pressure ever man-made. So that pressure is achievable.
No, wait a minute. Ed went to cryptological school, but he was not just a cryptographer.
But he wasn't.
He retired in E8. He was medically retired after 21 years. He was medically retired as an E8. He was to be promoted as an E9. He was listed as a master tech.
Real quick,
tech sergeant.
He's able to bypass the classification.
They're not going to fucking retire him and say he was a cryptologist. In his paperwork, but his schooling does say cryptologist, and then
I totally believe that. I hate it when you guys doubt him because I've seen it and I was looking for answers, and then he came out with his story and it matched.
So many people have said that too. Yeah.
How long ago did you see it?
There was somebody else on the live chat on YouTube. I was hoping he'd come over here. He said 97, and that seems right. It was in between 96 and 98.
Well, let me tell you this. I am personal friends with people that Ed knew. I started to meet everyone that Ed knew, which was very bizarre.
I did a tile job for a guy around my age about a year ago, and without even telling him I was into UFOs or anything, I mentioned something about UFOs, and he said, "Yeah, I saw a UFO once." And he said he described the freaking TR-3B to a T. Never.
Yep. Right. Ed's drawing is always dead on from what people would say they saw. But I want to say this. Ed talked about the TR-3B the whole way back to, I know for a fact, 1986. And he actually got in trouble for drawing it on a chalkboard at one point. A colonel came in and went berserk on him. And I guess they, put it under the rug. Do you remember that story, Jeremy?
I remember that.
He was out of contract.
What was the name of that colonel? Do you know? It would be great to look up these people. I mean, these guys got to be old and all dying off now, man. We got to. One of the guys.
Well, here's a story. When Ed did the 1998 IUFOC, he's very nervous, and there were two guys. Ed thought he was going to be killed when it went on, and Bob and Terry Braunn and Ken Settington, they sat next to these two guys that looked like they were Army Special Forces guys that were going to shoot Ed right on the spot. And before Ed did this presentation about the TR-3B, a guy named Oscar Seifert was Ed's best friend, and two other guys came to the hotel they were filming this at in Las Vegas and begged him not to talk about this TR-3B. And they all worked in Kadena, Japan on the SR-71 project together. So if you can tie that together, if you would understand how if Ed's friends with SR-71 pilots, who do you think would be the best candidates to fly this TR-3B? SR-71 pilots were the best pilots in the world. Who would be the best pilot to fly one of these flying triangles? An SR-71 pilot. That's how this whole thing ties together. His time in Japan and where he was. Why did they keep him in Vegas, and why did they keep him at Edwards? Remember, Edwards runs Area 51, not Nellis. It's called Detachment 3 of Edwards.
I'm just saying,
circle that you have to figure out for yourself.
Jeremy, let's.
I want to get your perspective on some of the engineering and some of that stuff. So go ahead, let Jeremiah speak for a little bit.
Yeah, one more time for the Zoom link. Let's get that Zoom link posted again in the chat, because you just got, you just had recently got a super chat here, and so.
100 people are listening.
Yeah, one guy wanted a super chat for info.
Yeah, Dallas wants to talk about Byfield Braunn. Let him in the chat. Let him in. Let's talk.
Yeah, Jeremiah's done a lot of experiments on this, and he could definitely give you a lot of information and tips on that Byfield-Braunn effect stuff.
So you guys are of the belief that the Byfield-Braunn effect is what propels the TR-3B then?
So what's up with it? What's up with no.
Look how clear that video is, Jeremy.
So you think that? So there's a whole patent that came out with John St. Clair, right, on the TR-3B, right after Ed Fouché died.
Less than 48 hours after he died.
That looks a lot like it, but I thought the hemisphere was convex, not concave. And then until that patent came out, and years had gone by, and then I kind of got confused. But
the hemisphere on the top is the crew compartment.
You're not going to find a picture of him.
There's a hemisphere on the bottom with a moat with another half sunk tube going around it. And then on the tip of the hemisphere, it looks like a red shifted light. It's not a bulb. It's like an event horizon. It's fucking crazy.
You're talking about the John St. Clair one, right?
Yeah,
do you have a video for this? Post it in the live chat if you got a video, and I can play some video.
I don't believe that.
For just a second, I have one simple question that's already been mentioned. I just want a number. How much pressure was supposedly the internal torus of the TR-3B's rotating Mercury?
150,000 atmospheres.
150,000.
Yep.
Ed could have got that wrong.
That's like 5% of what's possible.
Like, Ed didn't claim to know that science. He heard it over in the lunchroom, didn't he?
No. Ed did hear this secondhand. He claims it was secondhand. That's to save his own ass. It wasn't over a lunchroom, no. I know where he got this information at. However, I'm not going to sit here because some of the people are still alive, and I'm not going to sit here and say who told him.
Okay, got numbers. Okay, so let's see. You guys were talking about whether or not it was feasible, and of course, I'm doing I naturally want to do the engineering stuff. So 770 gigapascals converted into atmospheres is, let's see, that would be 7,599,000,000 atmospheres roughly. So let's just say 7.6 billion atmospheres is the maximum pressure mankind has ever achieved, according to that. So that's plenty above, that's plenty above the 150,000 atmospheres supposedly that this thing operates under. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it's very easy to achieve compared to modern technology. So it's not like, that's not one factor that comes into it. It's an issue.
Ed maintained that the Torrid was made. Ed absolutely 100% said that the Roswell incident happened. He claimed that the Torrid was actually made out of the same material that the Roswell craft was made out of.
He's the guy that he gave us these other documents which were amended. It put a suction cup on the end of the aliens' fingers, so they have a suction cup with like that they can pick up stuff with one finger, so they can manipulate multiple objects at once with their fingers. And
Ed also had his own MJ-12 papers, and they were called the Mars-Jupiter Charter papers.
And he's also the first guy to talk about quasi-crystals and metamaterials. All right. And you know what he said is that the people who got inside the Roswell craft, they could see from the inside out.
Yes.
Jeremy, here's a question for you. What is your thoughts on, the guy that was in the head of the Israeli Space Force, and he wrote that book? What's your take on that?
Are you talking about the? I don't know which book you're talking about.
No, I'll look him up. Give me 1 second.
Is that the guy that's saying that there's a galactic federation of light and all that stuff? That there's this.
Yeah, but he was running the Israeli satellite, the Israeli space program.
Well, I'll tell you what's going on over in Israel. One of the guys, Daniel Shechtman is his name. I don't know if.
Yep. He got the Nobel Prize for quasi-crystals.
He got the Nobel Prize for quasi-crystals. Yes, exactly. But Ed Fouché talked about quasi-crystals in 1998. He said that they're intimately really related to how these craft are built on the atomic level and how they fly and function and do what they do in hyperspace and that's how the interstellar drives work. And all that stuff, and he talked about this in 1998.
He actually talked about it in the 80s from the friends that I have that are mutual friends of mine that are still alive that know Ed.
I got to get this guy on the program. I'm going to write to him once a month, maybe twice. Start writing to him twice a month. I actually know someone that the guy who did ET3. Daryl Oster, ET3.com. Right, he's the evacuated tube transport guy. I've met this guy and hung out with him, had dinner with him. He had dinner with this guy knows and had dinner with Daniel Shechtman.
The guy that I'm talking about, his name is Haim Eshed.
ET3.com.
I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty badass. I was hoping it would get going. The ET3.
Yeah, that ET3
what
tube
is the ET3?
thing.
Explain this real quick, because I'm not familiar. So, and I'm guessing
this was an older video I did. It was on like global. It was like a global transport system that pre-warp, but still technologically feasible, and but it's also there's some issues with it that a lot of people have put out about vacuums and things under vacuum physics. Have you ever seen the collapse from vacuum? Right. I'll watch this video because this scares a lot of people when you evacuate a tube and suck all the air out. Right. The physics of that scare a lot of people because that can happen, and if you're inside and that happens.
Russians are still heavily involved in evacuated tubes. I don't know why the United States isn't less sophisticated.
I think Musk is trying to...
don't worry, the U.S. will be, and I can guarantee you, rest assured, that with Bob Greenyer's work in EVOs, you're going to find the U.S. getting back into that technology in the coming years. If it's true, if he's correct, which I believe he is, good evidence to support his findings. He's done his due diligence, and a lot of other people have supported it, and also people that I highly regard in terms of their diligence in taking good quality data and doing the proper measurements.
I don't think it'll ever
get back involved. Just give it time. They're going to get back into vacuum tubes, and specifically new tube technology made of ceramic tubes that do new things that vacuum tubes have never done before. It's going to be a resurrection of an old tech in a brand new way that you've never seen.
They make too much money off the airline. I don't think it'll ever happen.
Can you elaborate?
Look how fast these things are going, man.
I was talking about, just the technology of vacuum tube technology with, heated cathodes and stuff.
I just don't think it'll happen.
Hey, look at this.
Transport. There's going to be a new vacuum tube technology for energy storage.
Oh, supposedly you can go over 1,000 miles an hour in one of these things and not feel it at all.
No, it's not the speed that kills you. It's when you instantaneously crash. And
we're not going to need this. We're going to have the
fact
ability
that there's no air.
We're not going to need this if we have TR-3Bs.
We're going to just basically cut out air resistance completely. We'll be able to create a field around our craft at will with our tech that will completely negate air resistance and allow us to freely move throughout three-dimensional space by controlling the fields around our craft. And that's all.
Tic Tacs are real. None of this will be needed. Imagine getting in a Tic Tac and flying from here to London in like 2 minutes.
Whether or not Tic Tacs are real, the idea, even if you treat it as a sci-fi film, as an inspiration of what could be done, of what could be possible with advanced tech, I'm still equally motivated by that idea. And that's why I watch a lot of sci-fi stuff is, if I can find, there's not a lot of good sci-fi, but Primer is one of my favorites just because it's so grassroots kind of,
that's a good movie.
It's just
talked about it again. Primer.
But back to Daniel Shechtman and quasi-crystals, I want to make a quick point, but before we moved on to the next thing is that you look up on his thing. He did a postdoc at Wright-Patterson Airfield, and that was back in he graduated I think in the 70s. It said he graduated in 72, got his material.
Jeremy, hang on a second here. There's a guy in the chat saying the TR-3B is made by Northrop Grumman in 1996. Where did you get that information at? The guy's name is something Cena.
All right, so we
because
that's
not possible.
It's not possible. All right.
Its maiden voyage was 84.
Where are you getting this
information?
The
toroid that Ed talks about, the toroid that creates most of the anti-gravity, is the same toroid that the Evo toroid that Bob Greenyer talks about.
The toroid was tested in the 60s at Buckley Field, and they had these gigantic chains hooked to it, and because they didn't know what was going to happen, they tested the toroid itself. This comes directly from Ed to me. Okay,
I swear there and parallels to Bob's work.
Okay, so it was a Buckley Field. Where's that?
It used to be an Air Force base. I think it's closed now. Look it up.
So
I think it
Buckley Air Force Base, and this is Buckley Field, and
base.
I think it's in actually. Oh boy, this is.
Yeah, the guy says 1986. Yeah, 1986 would be much closer, but I never heard Northrop Grumman being involved in it. I'll tell you who was involved with the TR-3B, TRW. Most people think TR stands for Tactical Reconnaissance. That's not true.
No, I thought it stood for Teledyne Ryan.
TRWs. Yeah, that's right. Teledyne Ryan. My fault. I said TRW. Teledyne Ryan was heavily involved in the entire thing, financing it, all of it, and that's where the TR comes from, not tactical reconnaissance.
But that's so outside of conventional aircraft naming and literature. All other aircraft are TR means tactical reconnaissance. F means
right.
Fighter.
Well, that's also
bomber.
another way to throw people.
The letter is for what it's for.
Way to throw people off. It's another nice way to throw people off, isn't it?
I don't know if it exists at all, man. I still it would be awesome. If it exists, we need to push for disclosure. But man, Ed talked about a 600-foot side, a 200 meters on a side. Where the heck is?
Well, the operational version was 250 foot per side equilateral triangle. The push was for a 600-foot version equilateral each side. Now, here's the thing. You want to look up the best case, in my opinion, that the TR-3B exists, and they have drawings and everything. Look up UFOs over southern Illinois, where you had 5 different cops in the middle of the night chase this thing all over the freaking place. And it was not a blip. It was going way too fast. You'll find it on YouTube, I think, in 5 parts. It's very interesting. And then David Marler does his section where they draw the damn thing, and their drawings look almost identical to what Ed drew. And that was in 2000.
So guess what, right? Guess what town Buckley Field is in?
It's in Colorado, right?
But guess what town in Colorado it's in? Aurora, Colorado.
No, oh my God, ain't that strange?
If that ain't something, strange? Man. The Aurora program, the Aurora project. I guess it's all starting to fall in line, man. That's a key piece of information. If we got to talk to some personnel who were stationed there during 1972. When were the years that this allegedly took place, and we could try to start tracking down some of this research and see if we can. Some of these people are got to be alive still.
Hey, Jeremy, you got to attack this. Read what Parallel Games wrote out there. He wrote, in 2013, David Hilton and Dan Bankert brought forward to my attention a video they had recorded on UFO Conversation where Ed basically admits to lying about his entire story. That's not true, and Jeremy can explain that. Jeremy and Ed were in a giant fight. Ed never admitted to lying.
Ed doxed me. He's been drunk so many times, and he said he was gonna if they ever came to him and brought him to court for any of this stuff, he'd say that he just made it all up and that he was lying about it.
And then Jeremy manipulated the tape a little bit when they got into a fight and made it sound like Ed was in a Ed.
He did say a lot of stuff like that, and he said I'm a bullshitter and I'm full of shit. He got mad at me and said that. Remember, he admitted to being an NSA agent. He sent me an email, too, and said that it was from the NSA, this NSA email, and he said that he worked for the NSA
I sent it from his NSA address.
He told me that he's been working... he sent it from an NSA address. He said, this is my official NSA email. I have that stuff posted on my page about this if you start digging into it and learn about it. We had a bitter fight. Ed Fouché doxed me. I never had my name Jeremy Riss out there before that. I was always just AlienScientist. And then
Ed was that legit over dumb shit.
So there's a lot of reason. There's a lot of inside beef. I knew Ed Fouché for a long time.
Told me he was lying.
Yeah, but Jeremy, that email that you got, was that an actual official government email?
I never.
Yes.
Is it? I don't know.
Yes, David Hilton. Yeah, remember David Hilton filed a FOIA and asked the NSA about it, and they said all we can do is confirm that it's a real email address, and Ed got a real kick out of that because Ed claimed that David Hilton had put himself on some kind of list once he did that. And
we got to get David
because you got to remember Ed was getting attacked by like 3 or 4 different people at once, but Ed used to cause his own problems because he had PTSD and he had a drinking problem. He was in Vietnam.
And he was lonely. He just bored and retired. He didn't have nothing.
Well, and his father was a real piece of shit. Well, his stepfather. If I told you who his real father were, you would probably go, what? Remember, Jeremy, I told you who Ed's real dad is?
Yeah, you told me a little bit about that. I don't know if we want to go into his whole...
I don't think that we should,
No, we don't want to go into that at all.
No.
I think let's pay the man.
Did Ed admit sending the email? Of course.
It's just, I want to pay him some respect, man, because Ed was like, I was someone I considered a friend, even if I do have my doubts about him and think that maybe he was working for the NSA and playing me the whole entire time, because he did spread a lot of disinfo on my forum, man. But it brought a ton of people. So many people love to show up and, He
had over 7,000 posts on there. I wanted to say something to this Cena guy real quick. Quick, guys. This is important about Ed. If you ever hear Ed talk about dark, when Edgar Fouché was in that video we watched where he said, the video we just watched, he said, I used to leave at 4:30 in the morning. He goes, and then I returned every night after dark. Ed and I would laugh because dark meant DRAC, the Defense Advanced Research Center, which was run by DARPA. Ed used to always be at this Defense Advanced Research Center. It's called DARC, D-A-R-C, run by DARPA. And he claimed that was south of Papoose Lake, south of it. And then some idiot at the IUFOC, Ed never even heard of Bob Lazar in 1998, tried to say, oh, that's this place Bob Lazar talks about, this S4. And this guy said, oh, yeah, we check this Bob Lazar guy out. Yeah, the dark facility. If you go back in that video, you'll hear Ed say, who says I left early in the morning and then came back every night after dark? You just say you came back at nighttime. Who would say they came back every night after dark? He threw that in there in 98, and I was one of the only ones that caught it. I was like, yeah, did you use that dark word on purpose? And he just started laughing real hard. He goes, no one ever caught that, ever. And then there was all this stuff up about the dark facility that Ed and I found and was researching, and it was gone 2 days later. It was bizarre.
Oh, yeah.
It was all gone. It was all about the place Ed had been, and Ed claimed it was 10 stories underground. It's off a dry lake bed somewhere, where I don't know. He claimed it was south of Papoose Lake, though. He didn't say it was on Papoose Lake. It was south of that area. That could mean 50 miles. That could mean a half a mile. I don't know. It could be off Yucca Flats. I don't know.
Now I'm starting to
But
think
the
of
dark facility played a big part of this.
This is
Did it have any claims about the TR-3B speed? I heard the maneuverability thing, but when I saw it, it was real slow, and a lot of sightings I hear about, it just kind of floats along. I don't know about the Belgian triangle, if that was supposedly hovering or slow or fast or what.
The issue is with all this is really it comes down to whether if it's a drone, because the thing is what you really need to think about is if it's piloted. Now, unless it's some kind of its own gravitational inertia, that it's not like subject to gravitational forces outside it and momentum outside it, then whoever's inside it, the pilot's going to be killed if it's, if it can move as fast as people are saying it can move. So that's really the big kind of query there.
Well, the TR-3B had technology where it can make it look like there was 10 or 20 F-16s out in front of it, and actually trick radar, which is what Project Palladium is, which T.D. Barnes has talked about, Jeremy and I've talked about. Ed claimed it could make it look like there was another TR-3B right in front of it. And guess what? When the Belgium wave happened and the police from Belgium chased the TR-3B all over the place, they would see two of them. They'd be looking in the sky at one, and then over to the left, there'd be another one, and they were massive. And he claimed it had that technology. That could be the technology that people are seeing with these Tic Tacs. They may not physically even be there. It's just another point I'm bringing up. I mean, I can bring up so much stuff that Ed told me. It would take days. And it was real weird because the last day I spoke to Ed, it was like he was telling me, hey, dude, I'm going to die. Because when I hung up with him, it was really strange. I got the strangest feeling that I was never going to talk to him again, because that was the first we had talked for 5 hours on a Skype talk or UFO talk, whatever, in years, in probably 2 or 3 years, because I've been working 70 hours a week and I was off work for 6 months. And his wife, I texted him the next day because I didn't hear from him, and I got a message to call the house. I called the house, and his wife answered the phone and said, are you sitting down? And I knew right away he was fucking dead. And she didn't cry. She just said that Ed passed on, and he's in another life. And it really upset me a great deal. I talked to Ed all the time. Jeremy will tell you. I spent more time with him than anybody did. And he never once told me this story was bullshit. No matter how drunk he got, no matter how the
drunkest I ever seen Ed get, when he was super drunk, he told me that he went on it and flew on it.
Yes, he did say that at one point.
He said he was a passenger on it at one point. I don't know, but I didn't get any more information out than that. So I don't know, man. But he never once like totally denied it, the story to me. He never like fully broke down and admitted to it. And I would have, I think I have.
Why do you guys suppose so many sightings are like overpopulated areas, parallel to interstates? Like this, it's not supposed to be how you keep a secret, but it makes more sense.
Well, there's not that many, though. Really, there's not that many. You can look them up. Yeah, there's some sightings, but there's not thousands of them. There's not hundreds of them that I'm aware of. David Marler has the best collection of triangular UFO sightings that I know of, and I wouldn't say there's tons of them. What do you mean by a lot?
There's universals, like everybody.
This is John Powell of JP Aerospace, and man, I'd love to get this guy on.
Let's go back to the TR-3B here for a second. Which case? I'll ask you this, man. What's your favorite TR-3B case? That's what I'd like to know. Or your favorite flying triangle case? What would be your favorite?
The one I thought was going to crush me. The one that was blocked out the sky.
So it's that close to you. Let me ask you this.
I honestly thought it was going to crush me. And it was parallel to an interstate. Everybody also describes it as big as a football field or two. You know, it is. It's got a real thickness to it. Like it kind of looks like a hockey puck. Like it's got a 2-story thickness, and the sides are just flat. But underneath it has a toroid and a hemisphere.
Each story is about 25 feet thick. They're 4 stories tall. You have a minimum crew of 4 just to fly it, but they actually would have sometimes over 100 people on this thing. It's a flying hospital. It's a flying scientific platform. It's a flying everything. It's a flying headquarters. You can take this thing to another planet and stay there.
Right. Just be a base.
You know,
that's according to the story. So it's not one of these blimps that I'm showing on the video screen right now for people watching on the live chat. So this is one
blimp
theory.
Would have to be able to take off extremely fast, right?
I didn't see it move fast at all. That's why it moved really slow. I got to watch it. What's that?
What interstate was this over? What state did this happen in?
Well, I don't know if I want to give specifics. I mean, it was I-29.
Well, what are they going to do? Come and wait a minute. What's this now? What do you think the men in black are going to show up? Come on, we're sitting here talking about. Just tell me what state it was in. I'm very interested to know.
I do worry about some of the scientists that we're talking about and some attention that they might be getting after this podcast. But it was in the Midwest at I-29. It was parallel.
Was it anywhere near the 37th? Oh.
The 37th parallel? Geez, I don't know, man. I'd have to get out a globe or something.
A lot of the sightings of the TR-3B take place between the 37th and the 38th parallel. It's really strange, and there's a number of air bases along there. One would be Area 51. If you look at the air bases that are along there, it seems to fly comfortably along that parallel. And
this was over a college town. Over a college town where there would have been nightlife, not a huge college, but parallel to I-29. It just didn't make any sense, but it makes more sense being government, what Ed said, than being alien. So that's what I latched onto.
A guy contacted me that worked at the Ford Motor Company and said that they were all heading to work at 5 o'clock in the morning for their shift. And there's a bunch of people in this one area that started at a different time than the rest of the time. They started at 5:30 instead of 6 in the morning. This group of people were all stuck on the highway heading to work. And he stated that he looked up in the air and he just seen this massive black triangle sitting in the air, and it had some pulsating lights, and he said it shocked him so bad that he felt like he was having a heart attack. And there was at least 10 or 15 other people that seen this when they got to work and were like, did you see that thing up in the sky? And this is in the 90s. Did you see that thing that was up in the sky? And they were all like, yeah. And there was one woman that claimed that she had a alien abduction incident during when this happened and stuff like this. But this guy swore to God it was aliens, and he actually got pissed off at me for trying to show him that what he had seen was a TR-3B flying triangle, even though what I showed him looked just like what he saw. But what he saw was onyx black, he said, with pulsating lights in the corner and the torrid light, which I'll say in the center.
Right.
Some people take this so seriously and they want to believe it's aliens. They don't want it to be human technology. I personally believe that we do have a flying triangle out there, but at the same time, there hasn't been any sightings of it that I'm aware of in the past 5 years that are legitimate. And then Jeremy Corbell comes out with this bullshit KC-135 flying over with bogey, let's say, around it, flying around, and now all of a sudden that's the talk of the town when it comes to triangles. It's almost like
it's not a triangle, it's a pyramid.
They got rid of Ed overnight, Jeremy. Yeah, and they call it a pyramid. It's almost like Ed will be gone overnight. Mark my words. You won't even know or hear of anything.
Nah, man, I don't know, man. We have the record stream. We have almost 500 people watching this live on YouTube right now, and everyone's searching for this TR-3B. Everyone's searching for this flying triangle. They're looking for answers, and I want to invite anyone new who just found this channel. You've come to the right place. We've been researching this for over a decade and a half, about 3 times as long as
we do it.
Some of these guys that are claiming to be experts out there in the field and getting on big news channels to talk about this, they do not have the expertise. They do not have the knowledge. You probably will not see the real information getting out onto the media. What's happening right now, I think, is that this is a coordinated disinfo op by the NSA to try to convince people that this is all aliens, and then convince people that it's all like that. All this stuff is bullcrap, and it's just a bunch of nonsense. And the experts and the people who are experts, like Jeremy Corbell, who are into this kind of stuff, are just nonsense spreaders who aren't to be listened to and taken seriously.
So Jeremy, here's a question. Here's a question for you.
Good picture.
Just want to bring this question in, Jeremy. So, obviously, like we're talking about this, and it all comes down to classification. The whole thing we're talking about is declassification. But the problem is with this technology, if it is real, if it is real, I need the extraordinary evidence to believe that like so much this is true. I know there's a lot of black ops going on, a lot of money getting poured out into advanced tech, but when it comes down to the sort of the crunch, if this technology does exist, the delivery method would be faster than a hypersonic missile. So, like, will this ever get released?
It's being released right now, and it's being done through people like me and the people we're working with, and we've accumulated that, and the people that I've taken and research from and advice from and taken my lessons from in my 16 years of research into this. This is history. It's been scrubbed from the history books by people who don't want it to get out, and this is humanity fighting for itself and its last chance. And one of the one of the humanity's darkest hours, I believe. Some of the stuff that is going on right now and could go with the stuff that I covered in my presentation and talked about. If you go and reference Slaughterbots and watch some of those things that they're developing with these drones.
I hate the Slaughterbots.
All right, we have the technology to destroy all of humanity instantly. If a billionaire, all it takes is one billionaire who wants to be a psychopath, and they could destroy all of humanity, or they could literally uplift and help all of it and get us out of this mess.
I also wanted to clear another thing up. Ed was not a Rothschild. The reason why Ed's name was Edgar Rothschild Fouché on that book, that had to do with Silverstein, who was the publisher of the book, and Ed didn't know anything about the Rothschilds back then. They thought making his name Edgar Rothschild Fouché would sound way more exquisite, and they did that to sell books. Later on down the road, I saw the emails and stuff Ed had with the publisher. He was pretty pissed off about that. And Brad, that was also Brad Steiger's idea too. Let's make Ed's middle name Edgar Rothschild Fouché. His real middle name was not Rothschild. His name was Albert. And that was done to sell books, in my opinion, and Ed's opinion. And the way Ed got that book deal was very strange. I mean, I'm not going to get into that, I guess, because that'll take too long. But it's very strange how Ed got that book deal on the Alien Rapture, The Chosen. Very strange. Which, by the way, I think you can download for free if you want to watch it. I mean, read it.
I have it right here.
Oh, Jeremy, over to the left is that picture of Ed in the F-117. Wow, you have an original book? That's worth bucks. Is that's worth money? That's a $500 book, I believe. Jeremy, on your page, you have that picture over to the left of Ed at Area 51 in with that F-117 stealth fighter. You ought to show that and talk about that. That's actually Ed. That was in 1979. That was the second F-117 made. Nice, bro. Nice.
It was just about when Alien Rapture came out that Ben Rich made his comments, and Colonel Corso was talking his stuff. I know Jeremy doesn't think that that's feasible, but they would push it out to the people that would make it believable to be discovered, these kind of technologies. So the fact that, you know,
a lot of what Ben Rich said came through Jim Goodall, though. Do you know who Jim Goodall is? Jim Goodall is one of Bob Lazar's best friends. So I'm not saying Jim Goodall's lying. I'm just saying that it just seems to me that some of that stuff he said when he was in the hospital dying, that we have we can take ET home and all this stuff like that, that comes through one guy. But he also had said some things.
Really, that Ben Rich quoted that we have the technology to take ET home. That came through this guy.
A number of the quotes came through Jim Goodall. Yes, Bob Lazar's buddy.
So
another name that comes up over and over and over again. I just saw him on Ancient Aliens like 2 weeks ago.
That's good to know.
Michael Schratt's buddy.
Michael Schratt. How's Michael doing? We should. He asked us like not to talk about him anymore, huh? What the hell's going on?
Yeah, last night when you went to go live, he texted me and said, "Oh my God, tell Jeremy not to mention my name at all." I'm like, okay. Can't you text?
Sorry,
him?
Mike. You just come up, man. It just happens. All right.
Jeremy just loves you so much he can't help but talk about it.
You gotta stop hiding, man, dude. I swear they're paying him off to like not talk.
Here's what happened with Michael Schratt. I'm gonna lay it out. Okay, I'm not gonna say what company it is. Michael Schratt is in the back of my car. We're in my Cadillac. It's me, Jeremy, Michael Schratt. Michael Schratt gets a phone call. We're all getting ready to go to breakfast. Yes, we were doing some UFO research that people don't know about. Michael Schratt gets a phone call in the back of my car, and some company offers him a job in my car. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
I was there.
And
I was sitting in the passenger seat.
He takes this job, and the next thing that happens is he's not allowed to talk about certain companies, UFOs, anything, and they treat him like total dog shit where he works at. And I told him, I said, dude, they only hired you to shut you up and to quit digging and doing your research. I said, don't you understand this? I said, get another job, man. I said, you're skilled, get another job. And I said, I certainly wouldn't want to work at a place that pulls me down in the office and basically threatens my life, is basically kind of what happened. They basically threatened him. It's a really weird situation, and he's so paranoid. He texted me last night when Jeremy went live and said, "Oh my God, tell him not to use my name at all." I'm like, "Can't you text him? You got his phone number."
Well, he'd just being paranoid.
Come better from you. I mean, I love Michael to death. He's one of my best friends, but man, what a weird weekend we had hanging out with him, man. We
I just see there that somebody's posted a super chat there.
I'm trying to find the pictures of us all together, man. I can't even find it. I'm searching for you.
Don't pull it up because I look terrible, man. Yeah. I just had back surgery, and I fucking gained like 50 pounds.
All right, kind of try to lay off the swearing so much, man. That boosts us down the algorithms.
Yeah, you see the super chats there.
I think your algorithms are.
Yeah, let me check these super chats, man.
I don't know. I see 484, and that's a pretty big viewer count. And quite frankly, I don't know what happened today. Like, I have no idea. And okay, so it's not only that. Like, people are actually seemingly liking this. If my screen is showing me correctly, it's mostly thumbs up. So at least we're talking about stuff that's relevant to our audience. And I want to actually get back more into what our audience wants to hear. And that's what I want to talk about. Is we've gone kind of diverted into a lot of different stuff.
I think it's quite obvious. People came here to talk about the TR-3B. Victor Wag gave us another $5. He says,
you want one? They want one. Let's get one. Let's make one.
Let's build one. Let's together and
let's make it TR-3B. Let's get on that. Good luck. You have to have nuclear power for starters, and that's another reason why the craft is kept such a secret.
We need tech.
It was nuclear powered.
We need tech.
Jeremiah.
Nuclear doesn't necessarily mean dangerous, right? Because nuclear magnetic resonance, they changed it to MRI, even though it's NMRI, and the N stands for nuclear. They removed the N because people have this idea that nuclear means dangerous when all it means is nucleus, like related
but we
to
signed a
nucleus.
treaty a long time ago with the Russians that we would never produce an aircraft ever again that was nuclear powered.
Yes, I understand that, and some of these things are technically nuclear powered, even if they're working on cold fusion or related principles like those EVOs and that other stuff we were talking about too, right? So
they claim that the Russians have their own TR-3B, and I wouldn't be shocked by that. People act like the Russians don't know what's up. Yes, they do. Third phase of moons here. The Cousins brothers.
So
you guys called me, man. I called you back.
Jeremy, I want to let me just pause everybody for just a second, if I may. Just ask you guys to hold on, and I wanted to ask Sirens because I asked him a very specific question about if you could visualize.
Listen, I have to read the super chats, man, because people pay money, be giving money.
Right after.
Yeah, go ahead with the super chats. Come back to me.
Any bets on whether the TR-3 pictorially referenced in June's disclosure docs? All right, so in June, this UAP task force report's going to come out, and there are going to be TR-3B stuff in that. I don't know. We're going to. All right, but continue. Sorry. I just want to shout out to people because they're giving me money, and I don't want to just forget about them and get lost, man. So, the unbreakable. Yes, you don't watch.
Yeah, Jeremiah, go ahead with the question.
Okay, so the reason I asked you about your ability to visualize this complicated gyroscopic system of rotating Mercury is because it's difficult for most people to understand how angular momentum takes its role and plays out in 3 dimensions when you're talking about a rotating torus. And so to visualize that, the idea that you had brought it up in the first place told me that maybe it was something that you could see in your head. And what I'm wondering is, could I sort of play the role of a forensic artist, and could we maybe team up and figure out how to get this thing diagrammatic so it could be buildable, and then we can figure out what the parameters are for how it could be built.
Well, there's a couple of things I want to come into, and it's stuff that this is actually came from videos I've watched of Jeremy's AlienScientist. I've watched him for a long time. I've watched him for about, I don't know, 10 years. Is that how long you've been running, bro?
Yeah, you talking about his old stuff, his really cool old stuff where he talks about it?
Yeah,
I love that too, man. He totally loaded everybody up with information, and now his video is repeated on so many channels across the internet. It's crazy. That video has made its way through everything.
So going back to the Taurus, don't mean to cut you off, Jeremy, but going back to the Taurus stuff, the way I see it is, I can't remember the way that they do the winding. There's a certain way, I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I mean, I'm an electrical engineer, so I work with subsea systems, so kind of ROVs and renewables and telecoms and oil and gas, different things like that. But the stuff that Jeremy was talking about back then was this idea. The way I see it is just like a fucking, as a donut, using a sort of donut and then basically spinning some kind of ferrofluid. I know,
it just makes so much sense.
It makes so much sense, and it's like that to me. If you could spin something fast enough, I think it would go gravity neutral because it would create its own inertia. That's the way that I see it. So you would have it wound. The guy that invented that new motor that was the guy for Microsoft? Jeremy, can you speak in that? It's like a torus. It's a torus sort of donut motor, but the way you do the wind is it's one continuous winding. Secondly, one thing that I came across, and this is kind of going to relate to some of your stuff, Jeremiah, is about resonance. So if you use high voltage resonance, so I came across a problem. I was working on a system, and we use cables that are kilometers and kilometers long, and we pump them with high voltage. And one of the problems we're getting is transients, so the transients, it's sort of like electrical standing waves, if you will, and you get really high voltage spikes and noise. And I know that you guys have been kind of looking at that stuff, and I don't know how your experiments are going on with the high voltage and the sort of...
Well, you want to talk about high voltage spikes, and I would love to talk about exactly that, because creating asymmetrical impulse waveforms is not only a critical part of this research, and it has to be optimized and idealized, but it's also an incredibly difficult part of this research because very fast transients tend to screw with semiconductors pretty harshly. PN don't like that electron inrush, and even though technically the voltage of the circuit is measurably below the threshold ratings of the semiconductor components, that inrush of electrons is observed by that junction as being significantly above the threshold breakdown rating. So it will start.
That's absolutely correct, because one of the issues that we had with some of the projects I was working on was the high voltage, because the transient high voltage was burning out the motor insulation and causing the motors to degrade. Also, you get a kind of strange effect that happens in the motor stator. So what happens is that because the high voltage induces voltage within the stator.
Well, there's you have this idea of a toroidal field that you can effectively modulate. So there are several examples of idea using a toroidal field to create some kind of expelled external field. You have an interesting link that Jeremy found a while ago, which I believe has actually been pulled down. I'm sure that he may still have it. I did take a web page screenshot. I'm not going to pull it up now or try to find it now, but I did save it just in case. And it's of a flying donut toruses that are produced by a antenna array of tiny little antennas on a printed circuit board. And because the antennas are all, of controlled size in each individual ring band of each individual antenna array, they're considered a metamaterial because they ring in a certain resonance, and they produce this toroidal form as a radiated structure off the surface, which has some expansion rate, which would be similar to like a laser divergence threshold rate, where it expands over some period of space from in front of it, just like any other light source. But either way, this thing could contain energy, and it's an interesting way to pack energy and send it out. It's basically like the zip file version of electromagnetics, where you can get everything concentrated into a small space, and then you can keep it rotating in its own field, so it's its own isolated system. It is a reference frame of itself to whatever degree its angular momentum is above and beyond whatever it's subjected to. It's a very interesting idea, though, but we need to investigate it. And how we're going to do the Mercury Vortex engine, I think, is going to be a little tricky, because we already know how to accelerate Mercury, and I think that using the liquid form of Mercury is going to be the most limiting part. I think we should.
They're definitely going to use Mercury and not a ferrofluid, because if you could get the right concentration oil and some kind of copper filings, because you know about the reactionless drives, which are used to smash up cars, and what they do is they basically have a motor, and the clutch itself is just basically a magnet, and they're both in a ferrofluid. I don't know if you ever seen this.
Is there any way that you could send me a link to that? Hey guys, I actually have to go run downstairs.
That's fine. I want to talk to Dan. People are asking more about the TR-3B in the live chat, and that's what our fans want.
I'm going to put you guys on hold, and I'll run back. So go ahead, and I'll miss everything until I say I'm back. Thanks.
Yep. No worries. Let's keep this discussion focused on like this TR-3B and declassifying technology related to it. We have a bunch of patents. I'm going to pull up the drive, and I'm trying to get Sean on here. I don't know if he's here yet, but he was going to show us through some of the documents and the patents that he's found related that could be related. Apparently, a lot of the tokamak reactor stuff. The tokamak was this fusion reactor that was designed around the same time, and apparently certain versions of this could be modified to rotate mercury plasmas as well, and not sure, but it looks like some of this research might have been done simultaneously. So it's certainly interesting to look up. Of course, this is done for fusion energy. It's been done since the 60s. What's that? So 60 years now. 60 years they've been doing tokamak, trying to do torus fusion reactors, and we've yet to build one that's net positive. They take more energy to run the supermagnets, the superconducting supermagnets. It takes more energy to run those than they actually get out of the fusion reactor. So they haven't made one that's actually net positive to get usable amount of energy yet, let alone one that's you're able to get like a reliable constant source of energy. And there's a lot of dangers when you're trapping a lot of that much energy and doing fusion, like creating a sun on Earth. It's basically as hot as the sun, and the thing explodes.
90 million degrees or something like that.
crazy.
Yeah, a lot of interesting
Jeremy,
stuff. But
something we haven't talked about that's really interesting is the electrochromatic panels on the outside of the TR-3B. Basically, the TR-3B was what you would consider a flying television today. It can make itself look like anything it wanted. That's why when a lot of people would see it, when you're at a gas station and at a gas pump and you're looking at the gas fumes coming up through the air, a lot of people have related that craft, and Ed told me that too.
Yeah, you seen the Chinese?
Like you could see through it.
The video with the Chinese bathrooms, right? So they make this
no.
They make this glass that it's clear, and then when you go in, it's like
they have that in New York.
I gotta find that video.
But the glass turns colors and it goes frosted, black, whatever you want it to be. Same kind of technology, huh? Electrochromatic.
Yeah, I want to show that video because it's smart glass, right? This switchable glass, so they have it on these bathroom walls. Yeah, this is the one I watched.
He claimed the whole outside of the craft was coated in it.
If you look up McLaren,
so it could literally sit. Let's say it could sit at.
But electrochromatic, right? That means that it can change color to whatever. It's like a chameleon skin.
Yeah. So it could literally, let's say, sit at Papoose Dry Lake. I'm just using Papoose as a reference, and it could literally blend in with the sand. The normal person looking at it might not be able to see it.
That's interesting. Is it true? I've also heard that, like, for example, I'm not sure if it's true for the TR-3B, but if it's bending, like, if it's bending the gravity, like in the middle, you can actually see behind it because it's like, you know, bending time and space that way, so that it's like you're looking directly behind.
It bends the light around it. It bends the light around it. Are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing.
See, and here's another thing about the TR-3B I'll reveal that probably most people don't realize. What's in the corners of the TR-3B, Ed had thrown some red herrings in on the... God, I shouldn't be saying this shit.
Those weren't on when I saw it. It was only the red light in the center. The corner lights weren't even on, and I got to watch it for over 3 minutes. So I don't think
the corners were not on it. No, because technically it doesn't need it. It technically
we just broke 500
because
guys.
It's got the torrid in the middle
that like button.
That reduces the mass. God, I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Hey man, smash that like button. We just hit 500 viewers. People want to hear about this, dude. It
reduces its weight by 89%. When that torrid is at 50,000 RPM. Supposedly, Ed claimed it was well up near 100% years later, and I believe that. Technology progresses; it doesn't digress, whatever.
Yeah, well, if those are boosters in the corner,
three engines in the corner. The 3 engines in the corner were supposedly counter-rotating plasma engines that were similar to the torrids. One will rotate clockwise, one will rotate counterclockwise. And a physicist explained to me exactly why that was. And the physicist that explained to me that, I wish I could bring him on here, but I can't. He knows so much about this damn thing, it's crazy. And
with the rotating, with the experiment where you guys are rotating stuff, I'm interested in if you're going to rotate it helically, like you would wrap a toroid, like an inductor toroid, so that it spins up and over it and underneath it as well as like around it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what dimension that would be, axial or whatever, but do you know what I'm saying? I think it should go in a circle as a helix, but it's just a guess.
So I heard the whole like bottom was painted like the sky, you know, so that when you looked up at it, it would just look blue, and that's how they hid the size of this thing.
You seen that octopus video?
It would change into what was above it. It would change into what was above it using the chromatic panels.
But they were only on the bottom. They only needed them on the bottom because it was just too expensive. They were so expensive.
Oh, okay.
Now I remember something about that.
That makes sense. Yeah, why would you need it around the sides?
Unless because they fly this thing really high. Apparently, they take it off in the middle of the desert, and then they fly it up really, really high, and then. Although some people have seen
where would you keep where would you keep a massive TR-3B at, guys? Where would you keep one at?
Yeah.
Maybe you'd keep it up in low Earth orbit. maybe you wouldn't keep it on the ground.
Another planet?
Yeah, really. I mean, think about it. Where would you hide something if they got to the point where they had the 600-foot version? Where would you keep it?
But you would just put it on Mars. Do you know what I mean? No one is ever going to be close to that for a long time.
Underground.
Yeah, but underground is not like you can't really test it underground.
Was that triangle in the outback? Was that figured out what it was? The triangle in Australia? Because I thought it would make sense to go out by the poles where you wouldn't have to worry about the radiation belt and stuff.
I don't know, man.
I think
Some
the
of
whole
this stuff
story's fascinating. I don't know.
It's fascinating and stuff, man. You think that they're going to declassify this and come out with anything on it? I didn't. No. I put a little bit in my report on it. I did a page, like a 2-hour presentation that I put together for the UAP task force with like a summary of all my research, what I thought the best of the best was, or at least the areas that I felt Congress could look into and the Senate could look into if they were really serious about investigating this and getting the truth out. And it wasn't just, more of...
You know why I don't think they will, Jeremy? You know why I don't think they'll mention the TR-3B? They won't mention any triangle crafts because those bogus, absolutely ridiculous green triangles that are not even triangles that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are showing. It's crap. Oh, right. Now you're showing extortion. You're showing the Navy SEALs apparently kill Osama bin Laden. What's up with that?
That was just most top secret aircraft.
Because of the stealth choppers?
It's some video.
They built out of there. They built. People are talking about Congress, that you're talking about Congress and stuff like that. I mean, the tech censorship hearings. I mean, these people couldn't understand mobile phones and apps. They aren't going to understand this.
Imagine that, guys. We have the ability to make a freaking helicopter stealth. A helicopter, for God's sake.
Well, I think it's starting to get serious attention. That there's these things flying around and people can't explain them. But when people like us can come around and say,
like a chick.
I don't know. This is what we need. This is why I put that thing together, and I'm trying to start a more active campaign, encourage people to join the Big Phone Home that we're doing. Call your senators. There's a number on. You just find out who your senator is for whatever district you live in. They have a phone number. Call them up during business hours tomorrow and ask them, have you heard about this stuff? Are you looking into anything like this? Send them my videos. Put it together.
But what can they do if they're not read into the program? That's why I said that what I'd said about these Tic Tacs. I said the people on the ship and the pilots are not going to know anything about this if it's the United States because they don't have a need to know. I just don't understand why. If you don't have a need to know, they're not allowed to tell you anything about it. And I do believe it's us. I don't believe that aliens are out playing around in the ocean off the freaking coast of California. It makes no sense.
Jeremy if they Corbell, they could be completely invisible. We already talked about those chameleon skins and some of the invisibility technology that they have. Aliens would be so advanced and be able to do so much more than this. This is clearly the blinking light. It's like an airplane, and then he showed how you can get the effect, how you won't see it. You won't see how this aperture looks circular. You don't, but you.
Yeah, that's just bunk.
That you definitely want me to send you the actual debunk video that they made where they show the triangles flying around on Metabunk. It's
Where's the one? I want to show the one
here,
where
Jeremy.
Show me the one where he does it and he films his blinds and it makes the same effect because it.
I got one that's better. Go to the private chat. This one, I don't even know if you've seen this one yet. Go to this. Just click on that and show people that. It absolutely totally debunks the whole damn thing. Oh, darn it. I knocked myself out.
Oh, these are other videos, right? This isn't Corbell's video. This is another video.
But look how close it is.
Yeah.
Look at it.
It's like everything turns to stars because of the aperture, and you can still see this.
And the blinking, they filmed the KC-135.
Yeah, but you know what? It zooms out and it has the circular aperture. See how this aperture, see how the lens is blurred. It's on the circle, right? So it's not the exact same thing. Someone needs to do all the exact same like effects in order for these people to ever consider it debunked. And
well, Jeremy, you got to understand another thing too. It all depends on how high that aircraft was up in the air. This thing could be zooming way more, and that could be why those stars are coming in more clearly. I personally believe what they filmed was another Navy plane flying over the ship.
But the thing is, until you've actually got the basically site that was used, the piece of equipment that was used to basically film a plane and see whether with the focus at that point.
Let me find Mick West's latest video, because a bunch of people apparently sent him a bunch of military night vision scopes, and one of them has the triangular aperture, and he shows it in the most recent one that he did.
He's been doing a video a day. Just go to his YouTube channel; it'll be there.
No, not really a video per day, but he's got a couple of. All right, so let me find at the end of this one, right? So he shows where's the scope? So there's the scope right there. So people sent him, and he gives the name of the camera right here. All right. I really think this is to make people who talk about the technology and talk about this TR-3B. It's to hide the TR-3B stuff, hide the technology, and make a mockery out of all this stuff. As Mick West has a field day with this garbage. So there's the circle. So now you understand. The circle part you see, right, is this. On that effect, when he zooms out, you see the circle part. You don't see that aperture, because it's at the focal point is going right through that part. That's the focal point of the lens. So all the light is. If you don't understand, let me show you a diagram of focal point and optics. If you search optics, you can learn a little bit about this.
I have to admit that triangle with the blinking lights is absolutely. It's so close to what Corbell has. I mean, come on, people.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that came up and totally debunked it was the fact is that someone actually matched the lighting timing. So the timing of the lighting was accurate to a plane.
That was Mick West.
Yeah. So it's total.
He matched the timing. There's two different lights. You have your navigation lights, and then the other two lights are called the one's at 1.5 seconds apart, and one's at like 1.25 seconds apart. And I'm trying to remember. God damn it! It's the navigation lights and the not the directionals. Well, the strobe light will show any other aircraft, even through clouds, that it's there. I believe it's the strobe and the navigational lights. My fault. I keep swearing, but I think Mick West has totally thrashed this whole thing. I do want to see the supposed videos that Corbell has, where he shows 3 different pictures. He shows something about 50 feet above the ocean, then it disappears below the ocean, then comes back out of the ocean. He claims they have film of that. I want to see that. I don't want to see these green triangles.
The video, that video was out. That video was out, by the way. I don't know. Jeremy might know where it is, but I've seen that video myself. It's on the internet.
It's got 1.1 million views on his channel. He's getting tons of views now on his stuff.
Oh, he's on every news platform. Jeremy Corbell was literally on Good Morning America the other morning, and I know they're paying. He's getting paid. That's why his name's in the corner of that video.
I wonder if he's getting paid both sides. Like, if I don't know. I just feel like
he's definitely getting paid both sides. I mean, you've got him going on Joe Rogan, right? Now you've got him going on Joe Rogan. You've got Mike Baker. You've got Mike Baker going on there as well. These guys are all tied in to what's getting pushed. Joe Rogan's the biggest podcast in the world. This shit is getting fucking pushed out, and Joe Rogan's a brilliant platform to push out this info.
Oh, absolutely.
Why do you think a guy like Joe Rogan? Why do you think a guy like Joe Rogan doesn't take? Why do you think a guy like Joe Rogan doesn't take the time to look into Bob Lazar and see him for what he is? He literally doesn't know the story at all. When you ever hear him talk about it, he calls him Dr. Bob Lazar. He doesn't know the story at all. When I sit there and listen to him talk about it, I'm like sitting there like pulling hair out of my head.
But I think there's a couple of things to this, right? Because one, Joe isn't the type of person that digs into all this stuff. He just meets people and talks to them. It was the same. I don't know if you watched the episode in quantum physics the other day, and the guy was just talking nonsense, right? The guy, and he explained it.
He had a TV show. He had a TV show where he went into all that stuff. What are you talking about? He had a TV show. What was it? Joe Rogan
questions everything,
or Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan questions everything.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that, right? But what I'm saying
what made him change?
He's not spending hours and hours and hours.
No, not like us.
Bob.
Not like us.
No. I mean, it's
but
think
to
that,
put someone on there, think he did it for views?
Even Corbell hasn't done the research. He hasn't spent the years in the field and really doing the work that we have.
No.
I could school him on any UFO case.
6 hours. I talked to him one night when he lived at John Lear's house for hours, and he didn't pay any attention to anything I said about Bob Lazar. It was like talking to a piece of drywall, dude. And it was frustrating. It was in the middle. And it was the first time I had ever talked to him. It was way before the Bob Lazar movies and all that. And I was trying to explain to him the bullshit parts of the story. And he knew nothing about Bob Lazar, nothing. It was frustrating.
The bigger ones will make even bigger ones, and then reproduction will begin.
I'm sorry, I like the Bob Lazar story, but it's a lie. It's not
so
true.
They give this whole history of life and history of everything. This was on the UFO Cover-Up Live from 1988. So this was Operation Mockingbird, right?
Richard
so you want to talk about disinformation and organized disinformation campaigns where the entire message being pumped out to the public is completely controlled, like CIA Operation Mockingbird narrative. This is
the first time that Area 51 was mentioned on a TV show, and Richard Doty said that the Zeta Reticulans ran Area 51. He was Falcon on the freaking program. His voice was hidden, his face was hidden.
Isn't it interesting?
And, that was in 1988.
He was Falcon. There was they were all bird names, bro. It's Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah.
It's so like in your face.
Yeah.
These
One of
guys
the most
were all
interesting.
This is a hard to find video, but we posted this up on on the Bob Lazar Debunked site because all of Bob Lazar's information on the whole UFOs and the government Bible, it all came from this Operation Mockingbird stuff, man. It's all like the disinformation of the time, of the era that was pumped out. But
every 5 years they pump it back out again. They pump it back out. They
recycle it. Yeah.
That's right. That means they love the story.
Why is it so mainstream right now? Like New York Times and stuff are talking about the technology, drawing attention, and then showing us Batman balloons and this night vision junk. I mean, what?
Do you know what I think it is? I think it's no, I don't really think it's that. I think that it's a bit to do with this whole Ukraine thing, because they probably knew that was going to happen for a while, so maybe kind of trying to play up to other countries that there's technology that exists that maybe doesn't, might be quite a kind of benefit. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I mean, if you look at what's going on in Ukraine right now,
what's going on in Ukraine? I'm oblivious to this.
Well, it's kind of funny that none of the Americans know about this. It's like not in any American networks, but basically there's a bunch of American warships and Russian warships heading towards the Black Sea, and they're basically on a bit of collision course. The other thing that's happening is Russia's put hundreds of thousands of troops on the border with Ukraine, so it's all kicking off over there. But go and look at it, because it's happening right now, like as in the past few days. Like, this isn't nonsense. This is happening.
So let me ask you this: do you think that we're pumping all this stuff out onto the news to try and scare the Russians into believing, hey, this is actually our technology and this is what we're going to use against you? Do you think that's kind of what's going on? Is that what you're saying? Because that would make some sense.
Yeah, I think there's a mixture of a lot of things, because there's black ops programs that are looking at advanced technology, right? But whether that ever sees the surface of the internet, I kind of doubt that to a certain point. I mean, I think people get pretty close to it, but I don't think that any of the actual technology is actually out there, because if it was, it would get shut down so fast, because if it's more powerful than say a hypersonic missile, as in faster than a hypersonic missile. This is like, would need to be so unbelievably guarded. So like, you know, it's just going to be on Joe Rogan and on CNN and Newsweek. I highly doubt it.
Wow, this whole thing about Ukraine. Thanks for telling me that. I didn't know anything about it.
I don't do Discord, man.
Massive build up. Crazy.
I mean, like one thing. I mean, I've spoke to Jeremy before. Like, I've done some stuff in the UK. I'm not going to talk about it. Like, but you know, it's with organisations in the UK, and you know, I kind of, I've not seen anything like. I think that stuff's pretty traditional, but I think what the money that's been spent in the black budget in the US, they're going to have, you know, things 50 years more advanced, and that's the bit that, you know, but I don't think any of that will see the light of day. Like, I genuinely don't, because it would be so secret, like unbelievably secret. Like, if you could do something that could travel the speed of a Tic Tac or a TR-3B or whatever, you could get to Mars like really quickly. You know, if it doesn't kill the people inside it, it depends whether it generates its own field. But you know, I think it's pretty. I don't think you're going to see anything online, and I think that if you start experimenting with stuff, and if you get a bit too close, I think you either get a job or get shut down.
Maybe there's a second Cold War building up because everybody wants money, and that's a gold mine. Let's face it. Maybe there's a second.
Well, this is where I think we need to like pay attention, because we got all the guys that are involved in the tech and the research, man, and there's going to be a lot of interest that's going to be popping up into this, and we need to start a company. I looked at like some of these other guys out there, like they're getting millions of dollars in and tons of followers, and starting universities and all kinds of stuff like that, man. We got to get on something like this, because there's serious money to be made here for real research and real technology, and we got all the right people on this channel. Altpropulsion.com. If you guys want to learn about more about the technologies, we have a whole propulsion conference and videos and interviews where we're talking to scientists and bringing them on with a team of engineers and physicists to kind of cross-analyze them and ask them questions about, you know, all kinds of technical questions about how this stuff works and what they worked on. And we have all kinds of people that have already come forward and talked about stuff. I mean, if you want to get into the real nuts and bolts of this stuff, this is as close as I think anyone's gotten out there on the internet so far. And I don't know.
Just imagine if we do have these Tic Tacs, though. Just imagine if we have them. The weapon system that it is. I mean, we can just fly them through anything. I mean, it just.
Oh yeah,
I don't even need a weapon system. Like, just run it into shit. You know,
that's why it's going to be more secret than anything. That's, you know, this is like well above the, you know, the Manhattan Project. It's well above that.
I feel like
Jeremy, how about that video I sent you the other day of the guy that was aboard the freaking the one, not the Nimitz, he was aboard the other one, and he said that the whole David Fravor story is not what he saw, and he's an NSA cryptologist aboard the boat. And I'll tell you this, the two smartest people in the Navy are NSA cryptologists and nuclear physicists that run the nuclear submarines. They are the absolute creme de la creme of the Navy. And remember, Jeremy, and you were like, why aren't more people seeing this? And it was from 2 years ago.
Yeah, this guy
remember
right
that?
here. Where is it? This guy.
What's his name?
Carson Kamerzil.
Yep. Camaro rolls on. And he's on Facebook. You ought to interview him. I found him.
Yeah, I got to find him. We should interview him for the channel. That would be great to ask him some questions.
There he is, down there, the picture, the guy with the glasses.
Yep, I only got this halfway through.
This guy refutes it.
I only got halfway through this, but I heard the part about it. Well, he also says that they came up and erased the logs. It was some type of technology.
They switched them.
I think
they took the logs, changed them.
He didn't say anything about the. I want to ask him more questions about the technology and tell him about. I want to debrief him. I want to brief him first off. I want to brief him on some of this technologies and stuff, and then ask him questions, detailed questions about these things. I've never gotten a chance to do that. I really should start interviewing all these Nimitz.
He said
witnesses.
he'd never seen anything that flew around that looked anything like Fravor described, these things flying around incredible
That's
speeds,
weird,
going
man.
up and down into space and back down. He said he totally discounted it. And look, this video only has, what, 12,000 views? He totally discounted it all. And again, he's an NSA cryptologist aboard the boat, but he works for the Navy. They are the smartest guys in the Navy.
God, I wonder what's going on, man.
CTO3.
4 million views David Fravor got on Lex Friedman.
Yeah, but did
I
you
would love
see
to get on Lex Friedman, man? Lex, where you at, Lex? Please, don't hate.
Who is Lex Friedman? I know that name.
He's the guy at MIT. He's the Russian guy at MIT.
AI. He's the head of AI at MIT. He was the head of MIT.
Yeah, he interviewed Fravor.
Hey, Jeremy, I've got a question for you and Jeremiah if he's back. Have you guys heard, or do you think it's feasible that I've heard ball lightning can dispel and drop water, not steam, or sand, not glass? And I was wondering what you think the feasibility of an environment inside of plasma is like that, and if that could be used maybe to shield from other things like inertia or gravity.
There's some incredible videos of ball lightning. Did you ever see the one where it goes across the railroad tracks?
Yeah, I've seen that. Let's look that up. I want to bring that up. Ball lightning.
How can you study ball lightning?
Holy crap! I don't know, dude. We got to talk more about UFOs and the TR-3B, man. This is what people want to know about.
It's the same thing. Ball lightning is the exotic vacuum object. It's the same thing that applies to TR-3B. I think. I swear, and I've seen it. So, I mean, it's what makes
that if they figured this out and harnessed this, this is like exotic technology. So we're talking about this breaking of the standard model, and they're now like starting to admit it. There's this most well tested and most well respected and thorough theory is the best of all time, and now Avi Loeb was on that interview talking about how we need to explore and look into new physics and look into new technologies and try to explore data that we mainstream science has sort of been ignoring or avoiding just for their own simplicity, and this is where new physics is going to hide. I think there's a lot of data in this EVO stuff, cold fusion, and
is that real? I mean,
what's your thoughts on the muons? This new force of nature. What's your thoughts on that? This muon and this particle accelerator study. What do you think of this?
Sorry, I'm reading the live chat, so I didn't hear your question. Sorry, man.
So the story about this new force of nature that they believe they found, and they believe it's something to do with muons. I'm not too hyped up in this, so I just kind of read the headlines.
Their experimental predicted value of this is a little bit off. And I wanted to point out that Todd didn't predict anything. He just said that the new measurements are in agreement with his models, and just wanted to clarify that he didn't Todd Desiato is our lead physicist on our team, and I just posted a video that he did of his presentation last Saturday. It's pretty much what he thinks is going on from coming from he worked with Hal Puthoff and a lot of these other guys. So
where did you post his video at, Jeremy? On your channel?
On my YouTube channel. So definitely go check.
Can you put the link up for everybody? He is extremely intelligent.
Yeah, just subscribe to AlienScientist, please. If you're not subscribed to me, dude, check out some of my other stuff. I know some of it's long and you got to dig through. I'm going to start digging through stuff and posting clips up, I guess, to more shortened, digestible versions of this, because a lot of information that you guys don't know about. It's a lot of information to cover, and it's so much coming out in the last 3 years that I haven't had time to sit. It takes hours. It takes 2 weeks to edit down videos, and I got so much information. I just get it all up and do a live stream and dump it all, and I do that repeatedly, and I get different guests on to give perspectives and share stuff, and we hold these live streams where we often I'll dump the whole like I'm doing right now. I'm going to dump the link in the chat room. People can join up and ask questions. People can join the live chat live. We have 6 participants now. anyone else wants to join, the link is being posted in the live chat right as I speak. So please join in and the Zoom call, and we can talk about, you know, anything related to the title of this video that you want to bring up or bring to our attention, man. So we're, again, trying to bring together the best, most qualified people, and, you know, be skeptical of this, but also, you know, be skeptical of everything you hear, and always learn and follow the scientific method.
There are some really cool comments in the chat about people that seen flying triangles. One guy said he's seen a flying pyramid.
Yeah, let's hear some more flying triangle stories. I want to hear some eyewitness stories. People who've seen stuff. Come on, tell me your story, man. We don't have to keep
the men in black are not going to come to your house tomorrow. Come on here.
Dude, they didn't come to my house. They did already shut this stream down. We got 500 people watching, bro.
They came the morning after.
Okay, so folks, I just got back on the Zoom call. I didn't know if anyone had any questions for me. I missed a lot of good stuff, I'm sure. I know as I was walking out, I was hearing something that I wanted to talk about, which was the winding direction of the torus of its coils, and the importance of the interaction angle of the two crossing windings. So I don't know if anyone has questions for me. I am back. I'm just letting you guys know. That's all. Go ahead and continue your conversation.
Jeremiah, I asked a couple of questions that I was hoping you could field. About wrapping like a toroid inductor. I was thinking about spinning Mercury or a gaseous plasma. Wouldn't you want it to go like a helix around in a circle so that it went over the top of the toroid and up from the bottom? I think that, you know, that's more Schauberger-ish, you know, more torsion-ish. And then also I had the question about, I've seen scientists, you know, check the temperatures of stuff, and inside plasma is actually the lowest temperature in the whole experiment. And there's also eyewitness accounts of ball lightning dropping sand instead of glass and water instead of steam.
Extensively about the sand dropping and the water dropping, and how it could possibly have happened, and what things might be actually going on there atomically, subatomically, or on the quantum level to explain how such a phenomenon could have occurred if it did occur. There's the two incidences we know about, and I wish that there was more, either eyewitness testimony, which is obviously the worst kind of evidence, or video evidence or pictures or anything else like that. It would just be great to have something else about these things being able to pick up a chunk of whatever they were created on top of and carry it with them until they basically dissolve. But again, we don't for sure.
The EVOs sure seem to do that, and
the EVOs do better, don't they? They do seem to drag it along with them. And you guys see that video? That I don't know if you caught that part of the video that I posted, or that I was showing or streaming live on Jeremy's stream. But in one of the cases, there's this big old chunker. It's a toroidal EVO, and it's huge. I mean, it's like multiple millimeters across, which is obviously, you know, way massive. So it's not just one EVO; it's probably a cluster of them. They're probably all interacting in a toroidal form, because you can see them like pushing out from the bottom directly across the foil and coming in around the outside and coming down the center, and it's just eating up this foil like crazy, and the foil around the edges that it's eating on are also just being devoured. So at some point it picks this thing up, grabs it, and then drags it to the left, like about 35 degrees around the inside of this thing after it finally disconnects the piece of foil.
Which channel is this on? This video?
This is your...
Oh, my channel. All right, so Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project is. We got to get him on. I want to save some more of this technical. I want to save this technical discussions and this really deep nuts and bolts stuff, because it's going. We got like a bigger audience tonight, and this is going above a lot of people's heads, but if people want to learn about this, we get into it like deep. You think you're down the rabbit hole? You've been down the rabbit hole. You ain't seen nothing until you come to one of our APEC conferences and have Jeremiah and our engineering team rip your theory to shreds.
Yeah.
Long story short, this stupid thing eats metal, and it eats it pretty fast. So it's a pretty fascinating phenomenon to watch live. Like, I've never seen a piece of aluminum foil turn into a fine powder so fast. So it's pretty phenomenal to watch.
Jeremiah,
that's what we're talking about.
Jeremiah, so I'll catch up with you later. I'll get your details, and I'll drop you an email. But I've noticed some.
Please, I want to have in your mind.
Yeah, but there's some people just jumped into the live chat, so I don't know if you want to give them a bit of a chance to. I don't know if they've got any sightings or.
Yeah, if anyone has questions, let's just hit that. Let's definitely catch up though. Don't let this opportunity go by, because anyone who can visualize that is someone who I need to talk to. And it sounds like you could benefit from somebody trying to build your ideas. So let's do that.
Man. All right. So let's talk some UFO sightings and who's seen this TR-3B. I want to hear who's got any technical information or stuff we can look up. Is it being flown out of Aurora, Colorado? The Aurora project. What's going on?
Is it flown out of Jeremiah's house? Did Jeremiah build?
Not yet. Not yet.
When he does, we'll let you know.
Question.
That will be the.
If it time travels, maybe I do build it, but we don't know that yet.
I do believe Jeremiah might be able to build it. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I would like to hear some TR-3B stories. I've heard a lot over the years. You have no idea how many people contacted me on Facebook and are like, "Are you the Dan that knew Ed?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got a story to tell you," and it's a lot of them are mind blowing. Like the one where the guy was on his way to Ford Motor Company to work in the 90s. And like 15 of them saw this gigantic black triangle just sitting in the sky, just sitting there. He said, just is the most bizarre thing ever. I think I introduced you to him, Jeremy.
Sure. Well, let's hear any
He's
we
on
got
my
any new
Facebook
people?
Friends.
Anyone new here want to say anything? Come on, jump in.
Please come on.
Please say some story, like tell it.
Yes, there are a lot of them over in the UK.
I'm gonna go grab a beer and.
Maestro.
I see Esoteric Gold's in here. Is Esoteric, you want to talk? You've came in here.
I'm just listening, folks.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of.
I got an MIB story.
Yeah,
Oh my
let's
God,
hear
I
it.
love Men in
Come on.
Black stories. Do it.
This is after seeing the TR-3B the next day. Okay, the TR-3B looked like a lot of people say they could have thrown a rock at it. I thought I was going to be crushed by it. It looked like it was no more than a story or two above the house. But the next day, I know what the size of a helicopter. Right, this guy was acting like he was flying drunk, and then I could hear it, and eventually, the helicopter came into my line of sight, and he was acting drunk. He was flying really erratically, and then eventually disappeared over the horizon. Then I started hearing the helicopter again, and it came back, and I know the size of a helicopter. It hovered about a story above my house, turned sideways, and I could have expected a gun barrel coming out of the door. It didn't, but he just hovered there and stared at me for 5 minutes. And well, I don't know, I mean, it's less than 24 hours after seeing the TR-3B. I related the two crazy things together.
That's strange. Did you report on any social media or anything that you saw this TR-3B? Or
social media barely existed. It was 97, 98.
Oh, okay. Oh, was that long ago? Okay. Boy, that's a weird story. They must have targeted you.
Well, I was out when I saw it, I was out having a cigarette under this overhang of a garage. And like I said, I thought it was going to fall on me. And I was interested in the Belgian Triangle and stuff. And when I realized that it was just hanging there, I got out and walked out into the middle of the driveway. I'm sure I was noticeable. And I got to watch it. It only moved slowly. I got to watch it until it just faded into the night.
Did anyone else see it?
No, unfortunately not. But I have some other experiences in the same.
That's normal.
Yeah, I have some experiences in the same town that I do have witnesses on, and it's really strange. It's like it's blue beam stuff. The things I saw couldn't have been really going on, because.
That's interesting you bring up Blue Beam, because a lot of people believe that these massive crafts and stuff like that are Project Blue Beam,
Right, the holographic. I included that in my report, too, is something that the Senate Select Intelligence Committee should investigate and look into, is whether or not a lot of...
The 1986... I'm sorry, man.
Victor Wag, another... I emailed you a link a couple hours ago to a new and interesting Canadian UFO doc. Can you repost to all? Yes, I can. For $20, I can certainly do that. I'm going to check my email right now. Anyone else want to send me stuff? The AlienScientist, one word, at gmail.com. My inbox
Anyone
is
who
open.
wants to see one of the most incredible UFO sightings ever, look up the Japan Air 1986 UFO sighting, which was actually made its way to the White House. John Callahan was involved. He was the head of the FAA at the time. That is possibly the most incredible UFO sighting ever, because it's documented on radar. The government in the United States told the guy he wasn't allowed to talk at all about what happened. And as soon as he got back to Japan 24 hours, 48 hours later, he told the entire country. It's known as the Japan Airline 1986 UFO sighting. And it actually kind of looked like the planet Saturn, but it had two UFOs flying in and out of it, and it was massive. It was 100 times the size of the 747 he was flying. If you've never seen that case, look it up. It's well documented. It's very interesting, and Ronald Reagan was actually involved in the case.
So I have the video. I'm trying to play it. It says video unavailable. This video is not available. It shows it, and then when I try to click on it, it just says it's not available, man. I don't know what's up with this. And I just wanted to show you Victor Wag. I'm not trying to like ditch you, dude. I think they like hacked your video. They don't. You must have shown me some classified stuff, man.
Can it be on another video type platform? Like
yeah, why don't you post it on?
something?
You know what? I've been checking out other video platforms, and I know YouTube. If you're gonna keep messing with your key audience base and selling out and prostituting yourselves to these big corporations, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose in the long run. I'm telling you, people are
Google's
gonna start
terrible. Google
going to
is
these
so
other
terrible.
platforms.
I've
You need to
never
stop
used
censoring
Google.
people. All right, it's not right.
They supposedly want to get rid of all UFO channels. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do. So we've got to start making an exit plan, dude.
I know. I've already started looking at one. Odyssey is probably where I'll go. That's the one I've seen. Anyone know of any other good ones? Just send them to me. I know what Mike Liddell, the My Pillow guy, just started his own one too. So this is going on.
Odyssey is definitely like the stuff that I'm looking at. Odyssey is where everyone's going. It seems to be like the alt tech YouTube.
I remember back in the day they started this stuff. That's when Disclosed TV came on the scenes. I started on Disclosed TV when it first came out. I moved all my stuff over to Disclosed.tv. Now it just takes so long to load and it's different. I don't know. It's just messed up now. It's not what it was.
Didn't Google buy them? I could be
They
wrong.
did. You know why? Because they were getting tons of views. Tons of people were going over to Disclosed.tv. And guess what? Since I was one of the first people that jumped on that platform, and my uploads were like on the top of all the lists because they were like they've been up the longest, and they had gotten the most likes and the most shares. So all my best videos were like all on the top of Disclosed TV. And then when it got bought out, they all disappeared. It's gone. My channel's gone.
BitChute is starting to take off, and then that's gone. Like there's no one's on there anymore.
I'm just looking at this just now. This super chat here for Claymore. You see that one, Jeremy?
Claymore. Yep. Oh no, I gotta pay attention to him, man. He's got deep pockets. He says a lot of great stuff, and he spends a lot of money on these super chats. So I definitely got to read Claymore. Shout out to you, man. Time and space have a corrective quality similar to the pixel correcting equation found in cell phone texting, which was found in 1957 as an on-paper math experiment. Where does this take me kind of thing, I guess. And hello. Ooh, very good. All right, so pixelation, it from bit. The idea that the universe is, on the very small scales is pixelated and that it is chunky. It is not continuous and smooth. It is discrete. Well, I've got to find that 1957 math experiment you're talking about now. So there's something called shot noise, which was observed in the first cameras, shot noise in electronics. The first digital cameras were showing, that there's this electron shot noise. They talk about this. It's due to the pixelation and the idea of electrons being finite. So there's a lot to be said about pixelation in the universe and how this might work in terms of the ways to manipulate the very fabric and underlying structure of space-time through understanding these deeper physics. And it's definitely something worth mentioning as we're talking about approaching this age of reinterpreting the standard model and physics, which has a lot of infinities in it. And according to some of these guys that did a lot of this research back in the day, that there's no such thing as infinity. and that, you know, using math with the infinities in it is not going to give you an accurate, you know, view of the world. And then, I don't know, Avi Loeb said some interesting things about theory of everything too. He was asked about it in that last, that other podcast. You guys got to go watch that. That guy, that was a real interesting one. Tim also gave me a super chat. Thoughts on the 1952 White House UFO incident? All right. Our military was pretty freaked out about that, right? 1952 White House. All right. Yeah, UFOs are hanging out over the White House in the military. They're not ours. Then, yeah, I could see why that might freak the military out, man. And, yeah, there are these cases which are kind of anomalous, and we definitely, you know, I'm not saying there aren't aliens. There are these cases with UFOs going over our nukes and messing around with our nuclear weapons, and hanging out over nuclear silos, and even shutting down nukes with laser beams and stuff. So there's stories of this stuff out there. Though they're not all completely explainable in terms of just, you know, our technology. You know, there's a lot to be said about our technology and what's going on in these black programs. But yes, these things also exist. They date back to these. They date back even further. But there's more going on in terms of what our military is doing to understand how these things operate and fly, more than we're being told, especially with
ever researched the Iranian Air Force chasing UFOs? I swear to God that the UFOs they were chasing back in the 70s and the 80s and stuff like that was our military. I mean, it sounds like what we're doing today. And to try to find the stuff now that I used to be able to watch and look at 10 years ago is almost impossible. The Iranian Air Force was chasing all kinds of UFOs all over the place, and they were certainly our enemy. And it's just bizarre.
You think they were chasing hypersonic drones?
Yeah, exactly. They were chasing drones that were doing incredible. Like the Tic Tac, the drone would be there, and it would just take off. They said in a second into space. And it's the same kind of thing like Tic Tac wise, but it had the lights all around it. The Tic Tacs have no lights. These things wanted to be seen. They were toying with the Iranian Air Force. They were flying F-4s at the time, which ironically we supplied them with when they were fighting the Iran-Iraq War or whatever.
And how about this? Remember this article about did Iran just shoot down a stealth drone?
Well, they never actually. Well, no, there's a bit more to that story, by the way, because they didn't shoot it down. What they done? No,
they took over the control system and landed it completely intact. It's undamaged. You hear the picture
that was an X-37B, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, what I was kind of been hearing was that they had help for the Chinese, and they shared the technology with the Chinese. Is what I heard.
The ones I'm talking about defied
the electronic warfare.
I'm trying to keep up with the chat, the live chat, guys. There's a lot going on, so I can't read all the chat, man. I'm sorry. Like, people are complaining I'm missing all the good comments and stuff. You can join the call. I've posted the Zoom link to the call many times in the chat. Please jump on if it's that important. Just jump on and say it.
Yeah, what I'm talking about, guys, these were not drones per se like this drone here. What they were chasing in the 70s was what we would call UFO stuff that took off at the blink of an eye, or as Michael Schrack would say, I like how he says that, a spark hitting like a grinding wheel. Remember, he always says that, like a spark taking off a grinding wheel. That's how fast the thing took off. These things take off. Johnson Controls, that's a company I'm familiar with. What brought them up?
That someone in the live chat, someone's talking about some stuff. So
that's funny as hell.
Yeah,
I worked with Rossi. They worked with Rossi for control for his ECAT.
Actually, that one building you just showed was, well.
Yeah, we don't have to talk too much about this, but it was brought up. If anyone wants to share, you know, again, I don't want to get into stuff that's, you know, proprietary or you know, but this stuff, if it's this old as we say it is, and these scientists worked on it this long ago, man, it's got to be declassified, man. I don't know. These Tic Tacs are ours, or there's programs related to this. We ought to know about it, man. Our tax dollars. This is our tax dollars. This is our you know, our hard-earned money paying for this stuff, man. And it could save our whole.
God, I'm sorry, man. I couldn't hear you.
It's just crazy,
man. Show the picture of the Tic Tac of 1967 that you, me, and Michael Schratt found when we were down in West Virginia. It's exactly like the Tic Tac today. It even has the little L appendages. Here, I'll send it to you in a link on Messenger. Okay?
I can't even find the old pictures. I'm trying to go through all my old pictures.
I have it. I have it right here, man. I have it right here because it's unbelievable. It even has the little appendages, and that's what blew me away. I'm like, my God, it is the Tic Tac. This is crazy.
I thought that one of the most interesting stories that I heard was the story about the cop. You know, the cop that walked over the mountain and he seen this craft lifting off, and he said that it was burn marks on in the desert where this craft had supposedly lifted off.
Which is that the K? That's not Cash Landrum? What is that one?
That was in Texas.
No, what's the name of that? Lonnie Zamora.
Oh yeah, that was in New Mexico.
Yeah, it was the
policeman.
That was the
police officer.
Yeah, and the thing that got me about that case was that there was other people that witnesses that said that they seen the burn marks in the desert. Now that to me,
you can look those pictures up too.
You know what else though is this is right around the Orbiter project time. Like I had Walter Bosley on recently. It was Air Force OSI, and his dad was involved in some of this Air Force medical research, which was like the precursor to the American space program. You know, another I think funny I saw today is the people that someone made a comment about all these millennials that run around wearing NASA T-shirts, calling everybody Nazis.
Right, yeah,
they don't get the irony.
Yeah, that's where it originated from.
Yeah, but there was a secret space program.
You that link, brother.
Run by Nazis that were brought to America under Operation Paperclip, and it was run by the Nazi secret space. There was a secret space program in addition to the public one, where a lot of this research was being conducted for Cold War operations to best the Russians. Again, more military and war and weaponization applications for all this stuff rather than
remember
ones.
There were two guys that claimed that they were in the Lonnie Zamora craft, and I forget where they claim it took off from, and they claimed they were wearing white Tyvek suits, and for some reason they had grass in their pockets when they came back, and they had claimed they were the actual people inside the Lonnie Zamora craft. Then the next story was that college kids had played a prank. Remember that part of it? And actually Lonnie Zamora saw a balloon. It's always a balloon, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it could have been it could have been part of the Orbiter project. It could have been experimenting with the first, lunar excursion vehicle type craft. It could have been like a lunar lander experimental craft, and they just didn't want people saw it and they made up this whole story about it.
Yeah, I mean that sounds a bit more legit.
I don't know.
Well, and the symbol on the side of the craft decoded is CIA. Did you know that? Look at it. You guys didn't know that? It's
Was this the actual? Because there was two. I heard there was two symbols in that Operation Blue Book. Who investigated the case didn't release the real symbol in case it appeared anywhere else because they wanted, to know if there was anything to it. I heard
it's been decoded. It says CIA. Check. You can look into that. It's a big C, then there's an A, and then there's an I below the A. It's bizarre.
I think that definitely it sounds a lot more like the lunar craft now that you mentioned that. It sounds a lot closer to reality.
This is the fake symbol right here. Is the triangle one with the lines, right?
Yes, that is fake.
That's the fake one that they put out.
There's a big C around the outside of the real one.
The real one was like this. It looks like this. As you can see, this is what the real.
It has a big C on it, bro.
You'll
see it. There it is, over to the left down there. One with the big U, upside down U, C, whatever. A U is a C, technically. It's a CIA. Come down a little bit. There you go.
That one right there.
CIA.
I could see it. There's not really. It's like an I with a cross top, but and then the A. I can see it in there. It's.
Yeah.
But Yeah,
I don't know if it's still able to find the guys that claim they were in it, but it's a really neat story, man. It makes you question it. It makes you think, were they really in it?
They claim was able to. The interview was great. Looking at the way information is being released, I think there's a balancing act between national security, maybe I'm stating the obvious here, and, releasing this for the betterment of humanity. So, I don't know. It's difficult to say what we should really do.
Yeah, you're definitely right there.
The country there right now, I just can't see it happening.
It's like we can.
God.
I just feel like.
Not that Trump was a great guy, but I can see it happening under him. I can see it happening under him way easier than I can who's running the country now.
But that's another thing too, right? Why didn't it happen under him, and what is the plan and what was going on? Because it's almost like they were expecting Hillary to win, right? Did you read that whole Reddit? I opened up with that Reddit post about they're going off about Tom DeLonge, digging it. You know about the Podesta connections to him that came out in those emails, right? So
yeah.
So Tom DeLonge apparently got set up. He was interested in starting to research all this UFO stuff. He met with Podesta, and basically this whole TTSA plan and everything was this was planned to come out under Hillary, and Hillary was supposed to win according to this thing, but then Trump won, and they had to kind of go along with it, and roll it out to a different degree. They had to kind of change the plan a little bit. So what the rollout was supposed to be different, but they held back on a lot of this stuff because they were unsure under Trump. And now they're unsure about rolling it out now because they're afraid he's going to get back in 4 years, or that something's going to happen. And, so there's all kinds of national security things that are bouncing around, and I'm sure in the NSA's head about this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Have you ever seen the documentary Shadowgate?
Yeah, is that the one by? I'm pretty sure I've seen this.
I don't think the conclusions of the documentary are any good, but I definitely think that a lot of the information in the documentary is fantastic.
Shadowgate.
Well, I really
no,
think
but that's the thing.
When
you Google it, right? When you Google this, you can't find it. It's really difficult to find.
I saw this. Is Millie Weaver, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't.
Boy, there's a lot of weird stuff that happened to Millie Weaver, her and Alex Jones, and the shit with her mom, and they thrashed her in one day. She's gone.
Where is it? When you go and look for it, it's not there.
This is crazy. It's not even there. I can't even find it, bro.
Well, yeah, you can't even watch Shadowgate. It's not on Apple. You can't download it from Apple or anywhere. I don't even know where you get it from.
Let's talk
and
about
Alex
something
Jones
else,
turned
man.
on her, so
we're gonna get banned.
Yeah.
Talking about the wrong stuff.
Well, Jeremy, I wanted to say something here, I wanted to say something about Trump and the Space Force. I think that from what I read, and it could be bullshit, but tell me what your opinion is. Trump starts this Space Force, right? Now, we already knew the Navy had a SPAWAR, which is their Space Force, and the Air Force has their own Space Force, which works along with SPAWAR. I don't know if people know that or not, but check this out. What if when...
So
is
go
the
ahead.
Naval, is the Navy,
yeah, that's the Navy Research Lab.
What
so
I wanted to say was this.
Though. Keep going.
Well, okay, but let's say that Trump thought he was going to win and get back in office, and I believe that Trump was supposedly going to disclose all kinds of technology that no one knew anything about. And once he got back in, but they had to make sure he didn't get back in to do that. So that's my reason why I don't think we're going to see anything come forward. I don't think we're going to see anything. They might throw some old UFO reports in. Maybe they'll tell the truth about Roswell. But I just don't think it's going to happen because of the way they made sure Trump didn't get reelected. I don't know about you, but I don't know one person that voted for Joe Biden. What's that?
Why couldn't he do it in his first term then?
My family voted for Joe Biden. I know a lot of people that voted for Joe Biden. My whole family's real left wing.
Yeah, well, it's because of where you live.
And I'm not left wing or right wing. I don't believe in party politics. I think it's all run by money and behind the scenes, it's all greedy. People just working for money, and they hide all this stuff. That's my.
So what's going on with Space Force, Jeremy? So what's going on with Space Force right now? Pretty much nothing, right?
Space Force, it kind of like, it's almost like it was
turned into a joke.
It turned into a joke under the Democrats.
That's right. It's turned into a joke, and you don't hear anything about it. I'm just wondering, was Trump going to come into this second term? Wouldn't that have been amazing if he would have opened his second term up out at Nellis Air Force Base, and behind him would have been some insane-looking spaceship?
I know they could have had the ARV that could have been declassified, right? If that's sitting in a hangar at Edwards Air Force Base, all right.
God, I hope the ARV's real.
I've heard it is, man. I've heard so many people.
Whether or not it is real,
man. It's just
there's enough information about the ARV and as far as related stuff, not necessarily from Mark McCandlish or people that he talked to, but just things that just directly tie right into the construction details, dimensionality and usage of various configurations for us to say there's whether or not the ARV is actually a thing that existed in fully witnessable form as it was reported to him. It could have just as well been a project that was in the works that he was leaked information about and told in a story form. There's supporting data to at least cause us sufficient information to investigate it. And that's why we are investigating it. And that's why Mark had spent quite a bit of time investigating it himself. In fact, I know, since you have this huge audience today, even right now, 485, I don't know if a lot of folks out there know this, but Mark McCandlish wasn't just going on talk shows and occasionally to UFO conferences and talking about this eyewitness testimony of the ARV and what the guy had seen that told Mark what went on that day. Mark actually had spent quite a bit of time, years in fact, developing a background and research in the category with the engineering stuff that he had looked into. He had found multiple people to help him out in that effort and actually build components and start testing them. And so he was trying to find a real answer and work with other people to find that answer. And actually, we were just a few months away from working with the team members that he was coordinating with and trying to hook up with him through the Falcon Space Lab and see if we could all join efforts to try and make this idea a reality of making the base of that ARV, the capacitor arrangement, and trying to get all the materials right so that they could prove that it did produce a force or that it did produce a gravitational anomaly or some kind of mass or weight change. Anything, right? We wanted to all team up, and then this happened. And it's like out of nowhere.
You find the timing of his death strange?
Oh, I don't know.
In the midst of the whole UAP task force report coming out, like it, and the silencing of people talking about
he wasn't overweight. He wasn't overweight. I mean, it's not like he looked.
And people had no idea he was doing the research. I mean,
how do we know? Do we know how he died yet?
That Mark was doing the research. He was actively involved in trying to find an answer and trying to do experiments. He wanted to see people do experiments, which is why he went on APEC for engineering in the first place. He knew what that conference was about, and it's all about the engineering. He would have never come here if he didn't want to see this stuff come out into the light of day and actually be built and tested by real engineers and experimenters and physicists. He wants the answers as much as we do, guys, or he did at least until whatever happened to him.
Well, this is the thing that's
Jeremiah.
Really
the only problem I had with Mark's testimony was when he said his friend was driving over Beale Air Force Base and kept seeing the Tic Tac sitting there, and he was able to even see the guy operating the controls. He was only 15 feet away from it. I followed that exact track, he claims, on Google Earth that the guy took. And there's no bridge that goes out over the airbase where this could have took place. But I'm just saying, I just found that's part of the story odd. He added that in at the very end, that his friend was a truck driver and seen these Tic Tacs up close many times. I just found that part of the story to be really odd.
Can we take a minute to talk about Mark McCandlish and his changing story? I mean, let's cover that, because I have a feeling I would say that almost everybody in the audience today knows who Mark McCandlish is and has seen the pictures, his drawings of the ARV, and heard the stories. There's a lot of misunderstanding about Mark's story and how it started and the things that he said over the years because they have changed. The first thing I want to address about Mark McCandlish's story is that when he initially introduces the concept to the public, and I don't remember exactly when the first event was, but he introduces this idea to the public and he tells a story of his friend who reported to him walking into this 1988. Friend walks into the hangar, right? And in the hangar are these three craft, and they are, according to his report, his friend says to him, hovering above the ground with no known means of support. So this is something really, really fascinating, right? Mark reports that his friend said that these crafts were hovering above the ground with no known means of support. Now, years later, when he was at APEC, he clarified this because we asked him about this. And of course, we have to grill this point because it's one of those points that comes up again and again and again. And people who don't see the stream will, of course, bring up the fact that he's changed his story from saying they were hovering at one point to saying that they were parked and they were just, off the ground because they were parked on some kind of like platform or wheels or whatever it was. So what he
said they were parked, and he said there was a TV screen with them, with one levitating off the ground.
Changed his story, right? His story changed to say that his friend told him later to clarify and gave him more details that the craft were hovering above the ground with no known means of support, as shown on the video on the screen. And that changes the story entirely, which means basically all the big questions that I think any of the engineers who looked into this tech had, like how are these craft not producing immense amounts of radiation operating at several million volts and just frying everybody inside the hangar, right? Okay, the answer is they weren't, because they weren't on, and you could never be that close to one of those things when they were on, period. So don't think for a second that this is a casual craft where you just walk into it like a Jetsons car and you power it up and you're just about ready to take off and your kids can enter. No, once this thing turns on, you are far away from it and either shielded inside or very, very separated away from the outside field. You do not want to be near this thing when it's operating. So it was apparently about the video.
And his friend Brad walked into the hangar. Everybody knows the guy's name. I won't say his last name. The guy's name's Brad. Let's just keep it so it's easy.
You know who it is?
Brad walked into the hangar with no clearance. Yes, I know exactly who it is. I know a shitload about this kid.
Wait, is the guy still alive?
Yes, he's alive. He has a company. He went to college.
He works for Boston Dynamics.
Well, he does work with them. He has his own company. He's a multi-millionaire. And if you ask him about this, if he even says anything about it, he'll say it's not true.
He says it's not real. He says it's not true.
Or he won't comment.
But is he just covering for it? That's the question. Is it real?
Well, here's one problem real quick off the get-go. Thinking of this as a security standpoint, how is Brad allowed to just walk in to this hangar that's got a 24-foot, a 60-foot, and a 120-foot version of these crafts sitting in there?
How is Brad allowed to walk into the answer according to
He wasn't part of anything.
Brad comes in with the guy that had brought him in, who is some kind of important high-ranking military official, and the guy basically says that Brad is with him. And that they somehow, because they're just there with the air show, they somehow just flag it off because I guess there was, that wasn't the only person that had come in, with somebody else, with the high-ranking official that day. So it was just one of those things that had happened enough times where they allowed it to slide. Now, I know everybody's thinking like today, with COVID and everything else, that would never happen, right? But back in the day, things were a lot more laxed, and that kind of stuff did happen a lot more often. In fact, I could tell you guys stories of my playing around days as a pen tester. And the ability to get into almost any place.
You don't think that would be the most classified program in the world at the time in the 80s? Think about it. That they would just let a guy walk in.
No, probably not.
I just have a hard time with that. But go on. The story. Mike Schratt knows so much about this. I talk to him all the time. I wish he would fucking come on, but he won't. But go ahead, keep talking. I'm sorry I swore, but he knows so much.
No, I mean I get what you're coming from, and yeah, I mean. His story has changed over the years, and I know that if you take a big zoom back and analyze it from just those words, it seems like Mark McCandlish is changing his story, therefore he must be lying, really. But if you listen to the whole phrase, it's not his story that's changing. He is telling you in the beginning, before he tells you a story that is not his, that he's trying to tell you the story that he was told as best he can and recall it. So first things first, it's not Mark McCandlish's story. He never seen one of these. He did see one of these things, but he wasn't the guy that went and seen these things on screen. So he does have some information about it. I believe he did see one at one point and describes it. And he's got the pictures of it. He actually shows them.
There was another friend of his that saw one in a hangar up at Edwards Air Force Base, and they debriefed him for 55 hours, I think it was, before they let him go. Did you ever hear that story?
I believe I remember that story. I don't remember all the details. I just wanted to kind of defend Mark in this one last stand, though, to say he was pursuing the information from an objective standpoint as much as he could, and he knew that he didn't have all the information. So when he did tell the story, he did try to preface it with, that he was telling this, this is what was told to him, and he gave the background for that. So it wasn't just something right out of his head. Like, he's not saying you have to trust me on this because I've seen it personally. He's saying this is what I heard, and you can believe it pretty much. Yeah. So I just want people to understand he was an honest investigator, and that's why he was doing the research into the engineering. And I really think that we've lost a tremendous person in his death.
Well, what happened was, as soon as Brad got out of there, Brad took a sheet of paper and drew down as much as he could. And I've seen that original sketch of the craft, and then gave it to Mark, and then Mark took it. Mark was one of the most brilliant artists, and Mark did have a clearance. Mark had clearances with the Navy. He had clearances.
Jeremy, shut this video off. What is this playing? Shut this off. This is great.
Anyways, and then if you remember,
he paid me $10 to play it. I'm gonna play it, bro. That's all right. I'm a whore.
That's a terrible video. Anyways, if you remember, I tell it like it is. If you remember, Jeremiah, what happened was, he claimed that when he showed the drawing to Brad, that Brad said, listen to me very carefully. He said, take this drawing and tear it up, throw it in the garbage, and forget everything I've ever told you. He said, because that drawing is so accurate, you're going to get us killed. That's what he said to Mark McCandlish. I'm not bullshitting you. That's what he said.
He was right. The drawing was, the only difference between the drawing and the craft itself was a dimensional difference in the angle of the sidewalls, which, Mark had drawn it at some kind of like 35-degree angle, and it was in the picture is much closer to 45 degrees. But other than that, like, geez, man, stunning, right?
And these things have got to be sitting somewhere. Apparently, there's like 10 or 20 of them. There's like a fleet of them.
Oh, look, this is Space how Force. UFO. Oh, this is Jordan Sather. This is where he copied like all my stuff, dude. And like, oh my god.
Remember, he copied the TR-3B stuff, and he kept calling Edgar Fooch, and it pissed me off.
Oh my god.
And I contacted him. I'm like, dude, if you don't start saying his fucking name right, I'm gonna come on your channel and go berserk.
That could.
Yeah, our Vietnam lab just posted. He said that so far the Campbell type of thruster, the cylinder and disc in full installation, is the most efficient so far. So that's interesting. We'll see. I'll investigate that one soon.
So about Space
Jeremiah,
Force.
you believe that that Mark McCandlish is on point? That's what you're saying?
On point? No. Did he have something that was close enough? Yeah, I do believe that. I don't know. I don't think that how he thought it worked is how it worked. I think that the dimensions and the physical appearance of the craft were on point, and I do think that there was actually a craft which existed, matching the description roughly of the outside appearance of that craft in its shape and rough size. But as far as the tech and how it works, that's just, there's too little information from what that guy gleaned from the screen, unless he had been a long tenured engineer and could have quickly broken down and analyzed those drawings and memorized them in sort of like a photographic memory way. Then the truth is that we don't really know what was exactly inside of it. And honestly, like, the most stunning part that captures everybody's attention, well, there's two things. There's a capacitor placed in the central column. Those are the things that everybody notices right off the bat as being like, oh wow, look at that pattern. Human brains recognize patterns, and we see those two patterns right away. And the third thing we notice is the big flywheel in the center, which we all recognize, not because necessarily it seems so important alone, but because we all have seen gyroscopes, so we have something to relate it to. And as brains, we like to tie things together and say, oh, well, I see that thing and I think I know what that is, right? So there's a lot of missing details from his story, and I do think that that there is a craft that operates which looks like that, but I don't know at all if it operates.
His movie is his on YouTube. If you type in the Fluxliner Mark McCandlish, the full hour-and-a-half movie, it's on there, and it's free if anybody wants to watch it. I watched it again last night. I find this story to be incredibly fascinating. I hope it's true, but I just have questions about Brad walking into the hangar. I question the weird shit.
You know, my question, you brought up a good one too, right? And I want to bring this up is, in those pictures of this alien reproduction vehicle, I mean, this thing was drawn in 1988, right? So 1988 dome security cameras, right? That was like when they first started. I remember, like, they didn't used to have security cameras at stores, man. They were too expensive. The first security cameras were only for...
How would they pressurize?
They were only for banks. I worked in the security industry for a while for an old school company that started, and they're only went back in the day when their only clients who could afford security systems with cameras were banks, and it was a button
Mark
that
claimed they came out of the casinos.
The first ones, yeah, the first ones the film was so expensive on them, and it was like a push button, so you'd push it in the event of an emergency just to get the recording, and hope that the recording was good enough to be used to prosecute, the people that did it, and that was like all it was. But back in 1988, I can't imagine that the dome cameras on this thing would be, who would have the technology for a dome camera? They'd have to go with off the market products and stuff. And the dome
and they would have to have TVs inside to watch. That's how they visualized everything they were doing. They were looking out the dome cameras, and then a TV was feeding them. And back then it was vacuum tube TVs. They were huge. Where are the TVs at in the drawing? I don't see them. Flat screens would be modern, but we're talking about the 80s, for Christ's sakes. They didn't have flat screen TVs back then.
No, they didn't. They had CRTs, and maybe
And the drawing does not show any television or any device that they would be able to look through, and they would have had to have a minimum of 4 because you've got 4.
They would have had to have a flat screen TV inside there because there's no room.
No, that's my biggest problem.
You guys remember reprojection? Or not? Reprojection TVs. So it's a 3 CRT system. They were CRT technology, and they were extremely condensed CRTs, about the size of what you would associate with a standard Tektronix oscilloscope from that era. And these CRTs were particularly bright, each coming in at about 100 watts power consumption from a massive flyback transformer. And anyways, they would project through a lens onto a 30 to 40 degree mirror on the back of the TV, and then hit a Fresnel lens and a diffuser, and then you would see the image on the front of your TV within a 5 to 15 degree viewing angle from the front of it. These rear projection TVs could easily have been used to create projected images onto the surface of the inside of a vehicle of that time using conventional technology, and it wouldn't have been very expensive, especially if it was dark inside. It would have been more than bright enough.
Well, that's plausible. I mean,
how would the pressurize? How would they handle? How would the little domes handle the pressure within that sphere? That sphere was pressurized. That sphere was separate from the rest of the craft. That sphere was made on purpose. You have the sphere, and then you have the rest of the craft.
Can handle it. The technology can handle it. So, and it's not hard to seal off a sphere.
Yeah, it was supposed to be insulated. The cabin crew, right? The cabin crew, the sphere that's the cabin crew.
I'm talking about
right?
But the camera sticks out of the plastic balls that stick out of the side of the
those little half domes, yeah, like the dome cameras.
Hey, Jeremy, real quick, Fred Grace.
Yeah, how would they?
You get that video? Just play Fred Grace's 11-second rings colliding video. I think he's talking about the 2 rings in water, the vortices, and he's talking about in sacred geometry to be observed in that video. So if you can find the 11-second video that he's talking about, and we can play that and then slow it down maybe to like 50% speed or something. Maybe we can see this, whatever he's talking about, and he can comment.
While you do that, I just wanted to say, maybe one of Jeremy Corbell's roles is, increasing the number of recruits for Space Force, getting people interested in space, I mean, seriously. And I don't think Space Force is failing. I think it's new. And, I just looked on Google News and it seems to be doing well enough. Yes, there was the Netflix show before Space Force was approved, and official.
But to make us all look like a bunch of nuts.
And also potentially scare enemies, claim we don't know what our technology is, all of that stuff, which is fine. I think it's better us than other people. I mean, yes, it'd be great to have a unified planet and all of that, but one step at a time, right?
Yeah, well, Mick West debunked him in 24 hours. How can the smartest brains in the world from other countries not do the same? Just saying.
All right, I need to. I can't even load this.
Iran seems to have a problem with nuclear weapons, so
I'm trying to get it. I can't even get the live stream up. It won't load. It keeps crashing my browser. Like there's some weird shit going on in my with my computer today. Like,
damn, dude, you are being hacktivated hard.
Hacktivated.
Jeremy, you ever think about contacting Gary?
If there's anyone from the NSA in the chat or the CIA, like who jumped on the call or is in the Zoom call, like at least just could you be kind enough to tell us, what you want me to do, what you don't want me to do, and what's the agenda? What's going on here? You guys really think you're gonna do an alien invasion and get away with it, or like?
What do you want? Why
I doubt that's what. I doubt that's what they're thinking, right? It's more about. You know, the dollar is going through a lot of changes. We're printing money like crazy. Look at cryptocurrency, on and on, right? So things have to change. We have to get out into space. We have to somehow find a way to keep the dollar going, and we can't have it be the petrodollar forever. So, you know, slowly rolling these things out, making sure people are okay with it. I think it's all part of the long-term plan, but not that long.
It can't be. We're like 20 years past schedule, according to the Jetsons. It was supposed to be this in the year 2000. Was supposed to be.
Oh, totally. I think there's been a lot of fear and concern, and I think it's held everything back 100%, and that's very frustrating. But
I think the long-term plan is a lot of us are dead in 5 years. Hate to say it, but
Jeremy, you ever think about contacting Gary McKinnon?
I hope so. There are a lot of people on this planet. I mean, you know, I'm kidding.
Gary McKinnon, yeah, we should talk to Gary. There's a lot of. I wish they could do it selectively, you know, though. But just find all the sheep.
Gary
and all the
McKinnon's story is pretty interesting and weird.
Believable.
Claymore, Stan Meyer, his tube hoop generator wrapped in 2 copper coils, second as a knot, atomized and magnetized suspension inside. All right, Stanley Meyer coil. Hold up. Let me finish this.
Hey Jeremiah, real quick, how would you make a plasma, a mercury-based plasma? How would you do that? Because a lot of people are like, "Oh, mercury freezes," but I always state it's not solid mercury. Ed always said it was a mercury-based plasma in that TR-3B. How would you make a mercury-based plasma? Who would make a mercury-based plasma?
Well, that's actually a very straightforward question. A mercury-based plasma, you can see every single time you flip on the light switch in any building that has a CFL or CCFL lights, right?
Yeah, so only stuff I could find on mercury.
Plasma that you're looking at there. You know what's inside those lights? It's a magical mixture of argon, mercury, and vacuum. And you can
I know. Did you ever breathe one in when they break when you're changing them? Good God!
This is different. No, this is different than the fluorescents. These are high intensity discharge bulbs. They generally look like this one here on the screen, and this middle tube is the chamber that's glass filled with this mercury or metal halide.
Why use a mercury-based
plasma? That's also
plasma,
mercury-based plasma. I mean, that's another example of it. You actually will find a mercury-based plasma in a lot of different things, from neon signs with any color that you can imagine, to fluorescent regular T12, T8 long tube fluorescent bulbs, 4 foot, 3 foot, 2 foot, 8 foot, whatever, to up into HID bulbs. You'll still find some amount of mercury vapor used there. Into scientific lamps for spectral analysis, you'll still find a small amount of mercury used there. And the reason for it is because that mercury is a great electron donor, great charge carrier, easily ionizable. And mercury has a couple of unique properties, especially because it's a liquid metal and very easily turns into a vapor at a much lower temperature. Just like, you know, mercury has a low temperature liquid state as a metal, it also has an extremely low temperature vapor state as a metal.
What's 18 miles south of Area 51, southwest, Mercury, Nevada? And guess what? That's the biggest mercury mine in the world. Isn't that interesting?
Right.
That's
so
why
if you were
it's
trying to get
called Mercury,
isotopic,
Nevada.
if you were trying to get isotopic mercury, which
man, you nailed it. Gotta be careful
Right
about
there.
Now you're talking about what
Right
really makes
there,
it work.
bro. Huh?
You need to isolate out some of those. Mercury only has a certain amount of abundance in terms of the nuclear spins.
Half Base Lake's 10 miles south.
And you have to isolate the abundant parts of it out and separate them. So it's a refinement process. And yeah, if you need a lot of mercury to get out what of it you need.
Yeah, so there's a certain type
if you have
of
a
mercury.
600-foot craft, you're going to need a hell of a lot of mercury.
Oh, we've got
a 250-foot craft with a torque, you're going to need a shitload of it.
Well, so how did red mercury come from? What's the name red mercury, man? What did they separate out a whole bunch of like mercury and into all the different isotopes? And one of the isotopes that they had was like a reddish color, and they were like, "Oh, well, that's the red mercury."
You guys need to ask that question to Esoteric Gold.
Well, is he here still, or did he go?
I don't know if he's still here.
Never even heard of red mercury.
I think maybe able to answer that question.
Damn it! That's we got to get him on like an APEC conference. The thing is that people are here that we want to talk more about.
He's not ready to go on APEC yet. Not yet, anyways. But give him time. I mean, that dude is working hard and trying to do some really, really difficult stuff. Like I'm not gonna what he's doing, but anyways, he's working hard and he's doing some difficult stuff, and it's going to be very relevant to Ken Shoulders to Bob Grenier and to our research in toroidal physics and stuff. So he has an idea, and it's great, and we'll see how it executes. Either way, keep in mind we are going to be working with Esoteric Gold, and I'm really excited about the opportunity because it's a smart tube, and he spent a lot of time refining the materials themselves. You want metamaterials? Yep, he's been working on it, and he's got something that's just about ready. So we have that to look forward to.
Oh, what, dude?
Your audience is great, Jeremy. That's what I've been telling you, man. Your audience is the best, and
dude,
they are a
they
devoted
are the
bunch.
people, man. There's a lively bunch here with some real good info to share, man. I must say, this is awesome. Every time we do a stream like this, I find something new, and I'm like, holy crap, dude, this is just... Is this real friggin'... I gotta figure out what the hell this is talking about, this red mercury stuff. Is this real? There was old electronics such as CRT televisions and radio had this mercury switch in it with a red mercury inside. What?
Nah, really? I don't know. That sounds like folklore.
This sounds like bunk, dude. And they said it's like...
I don't believe that. Come on, really?
No, this has got to
red mercury inside of convenient electronic components that you can salvage out of impossible to find unobtainium parts that are way gone now. Come on. And also, what? Mercury switches inside of CRT TVs?
Yeah, why would it need it?
A lot of CRT TVs, buddy. I've never seen a mercury switch in a single one of them.
Wouldn't need it. The mercury switches for the thermostats. That's the only thing. Like it would make sense. This doesn't.
Well, I do have
sense,
a bucket of those, and there's definitely mercury switches and thermostats, but they ain't red mercury. They're just regular, good old Quicksilver.
What is this, dude?
I thought there was
red
a
valve or red mercury. Yeah. It's called a red valve. So it's actually a vacuum transformer tube, and it's not. It's called a mercury. It's not. It's just something else, I think. No, there's no way.
Maybe they're just using the term mercury, is what you're saying.
It's a transformer tube.
Boy, I've never seen I've seen so many vacuum tubes in my lifetime, and I've never seen a red mercury vacuum tube ever. That's weird.
Well, I've never seen red mercury. Period. I don't think anybody in the audience watching today, or any of us on the chat today, have ever seen red mercury. Mercury that is actually colored red, reflects only the red spectrum of light and somehow absorbs the other ones. Because that's what it would have to do, right? It'd have to absorb the other spectrums of light, and
boy, that is really
only the red.
And it has the same.
I've never seen it.
It has the same properties. Does it have the same properties as regular mercury or not? Yeah, that is a 12. It looks like a 12AX7 tube, doesn't it? Solar Warden. Guitar Talk.
Guitar Talk.
Preamp tubes. Yeah, well, tube amps. 12AX7s are preamp tubes.
Yeah, again, I don't know about this whole red mercury thing, but I will tell you that plasma has been demonstrated multiple times to have superconductive properties. And mercury is an easy thing to turn into a plasma, and it contains a very large amount of mass. And so when you need angular momentum, you need easy ionization, you need good conductivity, well, you've got all three in the same form. And not only that, but when you also need easy vaporization temperature at low pressures, you've also got that. So really mercury, just plain old mercury, not red mercury, special mercury, or mercury with additives or amalgams, but just plain old mercury under a vacuum environment, experiencing a high enough electromagnetic flux through it will turn into a plasma, and it will be propelled along, and it will have angular momentum, which contains the energy from its acceleration. So all these things are already present in just plain old mercury vapor. It's just that you don't generally circulate or accelerate mercury vapor, but in our case, that's exactly what we want to do, and that's really the only difference between this and a circular fluorescent tube. Well, that and containment fields, but you get the idea.
Those experiments, are they going to be on APEC or AlienScientist or where?
I'll make sure they're on here. And they'll be on APEC as well, I'm sure. But I'll make sure.
I mean, we may be a ways away from this kind of experimentation, but this is we've never really gone in deep depth and talked about how we might do it. And it's something that I think is possible or plausible to do. It's been around for long enough where somebody should at least dive into it. If it's not us, somebody else. But I haven't seen it. So who else is going to do it if not us?
You guys are the candidates. I get behind.
We've all got our Mad Hats, that's for sure.
Mad Hatter. All right, so this is
Hey, I'm not CIA, but I do know some in an extended family, and they said that the most interesting thing that they ever said about aliens were that there was a list of them, and they were ranked in order of hostility. I thought that was pretty interesting, coming from a guy that really was.
Sounds
What's
like
that?
I said that makes a lot of sense. Go ahead. Sorry, Jeremy, you're quiet.
Yeah, what are the reptilians the worst, right? They're the most hostile?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I doubt it.
Are they
Clifford
second?
Stone claims there's 57 different aliens, and he ranked them from bad to worst too. I mean, that's been going around for a while. But you're saying your family's CIA told you that?
Yeah,
Secret,
there's
brother.
some extended family that has some CIA in it.
Well, I'll tell you what, unless you're a Native American, you're an illegal alien if you're living in the U.S., so...
Well, I would hope the scale would also extend in the other direction to like philanthropy, like how helpful are some of these species. If there's a list of how hostile they are, I would hope there is also a list of how helpful they were.
So, a question, just a fun question. If you had to choose one of these three options, which would it be? Do you think we live in a zoo, a museum, or a lab?
Zoo.
A lab.
We're an alien ant farm.
I think my answer would be definitely a lab. We might even be a civilization incubator.
It's almost impossible for us to be a museum. That would be flat out, because the environment which contains the species and all of its accomplishments is so violent that it will effectively erase anything the species creates within a certain amount of time in general, say 12,000 years or whatever an epoch is, or the tendency of the Earth to go around its location in the solar system compared to all other solar systems as that absolute frame of reference, right? So we have an epoch, and things happen, and the planet goes through changes, and it wipes out human advancements and every so often. But other than that, so it's not a museum, because that would be wiped away. But as far as a genetic breeding ground or an experiment, perhaps, I don't think that it's for entertainment. I mean, I would say there is some useful aspect to it, some kind of exploratory aspect.
I agree.
But,
well, put it this way: would you think aliens?
I don't know.
So we're gonna ask the opinion of the audience. What do you think about the TR-3B? Do you believe it? Do you not believe it? Do you have information to share? Have you ever seen one? Anyone want to join in the chat? I'm posting the link in the Zoom chat right now, so people can.
Let's
join
get some new
in.
people in here.
Let's get some new people in
to
to share some information
if you work
out.
somewhere, you know something, and you can at least say something. Tell us. Fuck.
Even if you heard your uncle drunk at a party one time, tell a story about this. Share it.
I kind of have something like that.
All right, let's hear it.
Personally, so some family members of mine up in northern Illinois, like this was back in 2014. I'm not sure if it was exactly this craft, but it was around like 2 a.m. They were all standing out by the window, just chatting about how everything's been, and out of nowhere, all three of them at once saw, like how you described it, maneuvered. It came in at extremely high speeds, stopped, went down, hovered real low, like along the little town that they were in, and was flying, like hovering past a bunch of houses with supposedly a red beam shining in through all of them. So I don't know how in line that is with what you guys have been told, but my family, I know they wouldn't lie about something like that. They're not that type of people. So I don't know how credible that really is.
Hang on a second here. Did they experience that red beam at any time later on in life?
I'm not sure, but I do know it slowed down in front of their house and shined it directly at them.
And it looked like a triangle, the craft?
Yes, it did.
Man, that's almost exactly what a guy told me, but he claimed the beam was blue, and he claimed that the beam would come back like once a year to the date, and he tried to film it over and over again, his whole entire house, and film up with this blue beam, but it could not be caught on videotape. And I can introduce you to that guy, Jeremy. The story he tells is just crazy about this triangle that followed him around. It was massive.
Do you think there's any possibility of getting technical information out of that story based on what you know about it?
I'd have to ask the other two, because only one of them told me about it. The other are extremely paranoid and scared that, if they text about it, it'll
Men in Black will show up and then the next day, but I'll try and see if they the other two remember more technical stuff about it, and then we'll get back to you. But
all right, well, we've taken down your information, and a CIA agent will be on his way.
All right.
So.
How long do you think if the TR-3B was operational in the 80s, how long do you think they'd be flying it? I mean, how much wear and tear would something take if it's not got conventional propulsion?
Priority
goal. God, yeah. Can you imagine the mercury on the inside of this thing?
Yeah. Probably already buried somewhere.
This is fake.
Well,
come on. This looks so...
I mean, it's the U.S. government. They got, near unlimited resources for themselves.
Oh, yeah, that's real. It's so real. There's the tractor beam.
It is upsetting. There's so many fake TR-3B videos on the internet. It's disgusting. And the TR-3B allegedly doesn't have pointed edges. They're rounded, which would make sense.
Yeah.
The aerodynamics alone. But gosh, that is really fake. That looks like the night that freaking lightning bolt shot out of that building at me.
Hey, that's Stan Romanek getting abducted.
Is he still in jail? Did you meet him?
I hope so, man. That guy was just. Ugh.
You lived near him, didn't you?
No, I lived out in Fort Collins, Colorado, and I went down to this Denver UFO conference. We went down to Denver and went to this UFO conference, and he was there selling his books and gave his whole spiel in his presentation. And
yeah,
but we actually went and camped outside his because he was going to get taken that night. He told them that he was going to get that he's framed by the government. Look at this, the documentary. They got it wrong.
If anyone doesn't know who he is, he's the guy that had the alien peeping through his window in Colorado, and then he got arrested for having child porn on his freaking computer.
Yeah.
Well, again, I just want to at least bring up I'm not the guy. I absolutely am not defending this guy because I don't know the story fully or what happened, but I want to bring it up at least that a lot of times people are framed for doing horrible things like having child porn on their computers if they're designed, if they've been targeted to be down.
I believe that.
Point that out, that just because it's what's first reported and your immediate response as a human being is disgust, investigate first to make sure that's actually what happened, see if he has a tendency of that kind of history or if there's something else that points towards that actually being true, because a lot of times people's images are destroyed, reputations are destroyed by falsehoods like that. So just be cautious when you read this stuff.
This guy, I went and saw him at this conference, right? So he was a guy that was didn't want to work anymore, and he saw an opportunity to try to make money off of UFOs and get into it because of that. He said that his story had.
He has a movie on YouTube that anybody can watch for free.
He said that the experience started to happen and that he started getting all these messages, and he wrote a story it was like a copy of all these different things. It was just he
stole how put off binary
He stole how put off's equations, said that he was put under his hypnosis and the aliens gave him these formulas, and they were Hal Puthoff's math from Hal Puthoff's equations. Published a couple of years before that, and it was on forums and talked about the same kind of forums that he was on. He filmed this alien looking in his window, and then
was he involved in the first alien autopsy?
No,
I thought he was distributor or something for the.
No, that's Pete Santilli, or not Pete Santilli, right, okay. Ray Santilli.
Right.
Which they tried to bring back out again recently and say was real, but it's bunk, it's bullcrap.
Do you guys remember the band that posed with the alien autopsy thing in color? Because I was really impressed when the alien autopsy came out, but then 15 years later, a rock band posed in the same set with the same mannequin. Yeah. And then that disappeared.
Yeah, they made 3 of those mannequins, by the way.
You don't remember the name of the band or anything?
No, it's probably Blink 182.
Let's show that. That's some classic.
That's shit. Another thing. Why is Tom DeLonge? Why was he the head of ufology for a while? I mean, think about what's been going on, everybody. We've been fucked with. It just doesn't make any sense.
They want the public to think this is a super joke. They want the people that they portray as experts to seem like uncredible, unresearched, and there's enough hooligans out there, like Jeremy Corbell, just desperate for attention. The guy's a maintenance man at his mom's apartment complex. He's not a filmmaker.
And doesn't even work.
He doesn't even work. He doesn't even like working, and he hates working. He borrowed a bunch of money from his family to get film equipment and put a video together on this 30-year-old Bob Lazar story, and he's milking it from everything.
Remember we talked to the one tenant, Jeremy? Remember we talked to the one tenant? They contacted us, and then we verified they actually lived there.
I don't remember that, but I
remember he wrote in the comments. He wrote in the comments what was wrong. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I never confirmed it. He wrote in the comments, but I never actually. I told him I wanted him to call up his maintenance man and film Jeremy coming to unclog his toilet.
That's right. Yeah.
Then I believe it. That's what I want. And if you work in that building and Jeremy is your maintenance man, make sure you. Flush lemons or oranges down the toilet. Those will clog it up real good. As Steve Cambion learned from his son, his troublemaking son. They don't flush. It's the right perfect size to fit in that hole and really mess up a toilet good. So, yeah.
He's got to be making money off this new video footage.
Oh, yeah.
So,
he's fake trying.
He's probably.
So people are saying a few things in the chat about, how alien life, intelligent civilizations would receive humanity or view us, and it's fashionable to be self-deprecating about ourselves, but I think we'd be viewed more like we view orcas or dolphins, right? I mean, it's a different kind of life, has a different culture. There's a lot of process involved in figuring out how to communicate with it. It depends on if it's a tool-making species and all those other variables, but I don't think we're as bad, or we have a lot of potential. So our cultural potential, imagine if we start spreading out to other planets, how rapid that could grow. And think about all the things we could be exporting. So that's it. That's my response.
Let me ask you this. What about the isotopes they found on Mars that would show that there was a nuclear war that took place on Mars? Isn't that fascinating?
We were just talking about that today. That's ironic.
Absolutely.
We were talking about that today.
I mean, yeah, it's totally possible. I mean, why wouldn't there?
No, what I actually liked, and this is what was asked of me is, what would be the evidence to point towards, what are these isotopes, and will you guys ever cover it? So it was asked of me today to talk about that exact topic of evidence that there was some kind of war, some kind of radioactive war, and there are isotopes that were left over, decay or radioactive elements that would only be caused, generally speaking, by radioactive weapons. So. Again, this is something that was brought up today, and I would love to hear more information if you guys have it, because I'm not claiming to be an expert on this. I know about it.
I love that story. I love that story. And supposedly the tubes that you see on Mars, that there was a certain amount, just like we would do here, there was a certain amount of people that survived and lived underground, and there was a certain amount of people that made it here and terraformed Earth. We could actually be Martians. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Imagine if there's tubes underneath the Earth.
If before Mars was fully inhabited, maybe they came from Melona. I mean, what happened to to whatever made the asteroid belt? That's a heck of a lot of destruction right there. And
wouldn't it be more likely?
That is.
It would be more likely we originated on Earth. Civilization grew. There was a Martian colony. Civilization reset because of a cataclysm or whatever cycles people claim happens, like a mini nova, and then here we are again starting over. I mean, that would be probably more likely than having come from Mars, given all the other factors, right?
Yeah, but what if the technology was there, guys? I mean, what if they had nuclear weapons, let's say hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago? Well, it'd have to be millions of years ago. What if they had nuclear weapons millions of years ago and they had the technology to travel to here, but Earth wasn't a good place to come to yet because dinosaurs
actually, like, what do we know about the question is
I'm not so sure I'd want to fuck with a dinosaur.
It's a matter of scope. Like, how long have what we currently know as humans or upright walking intelligent species capable of making technology and space travel possible, how long have they been around? And that's an answer that we really don't have. I mean, you can go to very very dogmatic religious folks and get a 7,000-year answer. It's very straightforward right there from the book. And then you can go ahead and talk to scientists and get a many, many billions of years answer. And who knows? So again, the evidence has pointed us towards a pretty reasonable number. And I'm not going to state what that is as far as how long humans are suspected to have been on Earth. But we don't know exactly where they came from or what has caused chromosome 23 and 24 to become fused, which is so very different from all other species on this planet. Like what other species have fused chromosomes like human beings do? We don't really see examples of it outside, and that's one of those telltale markers that separates us from most of the other animals, and we still don't have an explanation of it to this day.
Well, that's an interesting twist on this whole thing, because third phase of the moon was here, and they had that whole video about those tunnel systems and stuff and my argument was, you'd have to have contractors, like a union, like this, like these guys dug all the tunnels for the subway systems in New York. These are the guys who do it. They're the contractors who do all the tunneling and stuff. And so you'd have to have guys like this who have dug all these things. But what if these things were ancient? What if there's a whole tunnel system that's already under the earth that was created, that wasn't dug by these guys, that was built, just centuries and centuries and eons ago, that's still there, man. I don't know. But there's no evidence for any of this stuff. It's nice to think about, and it's cool to think about, but I just love to see more
evidence.
Yeah.
I got a question about Rh negative blood. I know that all the theories on YouTube are pretty out there, but why isn't there more true scientific inquiry into why only 15% of the population has a inability to, why would only 15% of the population have this condition? It seems odd, and they can't carry babies with the Rh gene, and it seems pretty odd why it's not studied more, at least.
I've heard the really interesting, conspiracies or whatever you want to call them, but it could just be another mutation like lactose tolerance or the ability to take in more oxygen at higher altitudes, like in Tibet, right? It could just be that kind of thing. And the Basque people in Western Iberia, have the highest concentration of it and so on. So who knows?
It is weird. People just kind of showed up on the Earth out of nowhere. Your Cro-Magnons are different than your modern human. They're not the same. They're different. It's just very weird. It's like we were put here at some point in time. What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Were we brought here by a TR-3B, my friend?
Nah, I don't know, man. I think like Adam said, it's more likely that we evolved here, and it's fun to think about a lot of these things, but and certainly it's fun to entertain them, but to the point where we're looking for evidence to try to prove these, not to the point where we're trying to get a spot on Ancient Aliens to talk about, reinterpret.
Those guys are all so full of shit. What about what's not to say that there's not life deep in the ocean? Life, like not just fish, like life forms. If you've ever seen the Lake Baikal stuff in Russia that the Navy came across, is incredible, and it's actually documented Navy aliens that were in the largest lake in the world in Russia.
How do you spell it? Lake Baikal?
Baikal. Yeah, Lake Baikal in Russia. Look up the Navy Lake Baikal, Russia. Hold on a minute. UFO or aliens. Hold on a minute. Lake Baikal. B-A-K.
That's a huge lake.
A-I-L. Oh, it's massive. And it always has, even in the middle of winter with ice, it always has a rounded portion, like something can fly in and out of it. Look up the Lake Baikal, Russian Navy and aliens, and you'll see it. It's an incredible story, and the Russian Navy backs it up. They were large. They were 9 feet tall. They had silver outfits on. Their heads were shaped strange. UFO aliens.
Well, Jeremy Walter Bosley talked about his dad's story. That makes me think of the people who lived underground and were completely hairless, but they still were human. They were just sort of a
Right, and they had all these underground tunnels and stuff, you know, and I made me think about that, man. That's why I want to find evidence of it if something like that were real. But again, it gets you just lost down chasing rabbit holes.
Literally. But yeah, Baikal is in Siberia. It's along the Mongolian border. It says it's so deep. It contains 1/4 of the Earth's fresh water, believe it or not. That's how big this lake is. Think about that for a second.
Is it frozen on top all year round? No, it's
being that it's in Siberia, I don't know.
No, it's north of Mongolia. It's not all the way in Siberia.
Yeah, north of Mongolia, but in southern Siberia, close to the border. I have a report right here I'm looking at right now with the picture of what they drew of the ETs.
It's not like way far north though. It's you know what I mean, it's not like
what. Did anyone hear the story about that guy who claimed that there were the 2 women and he was forced to, you know, breed or whatever, and they, you know, he had the hair.
Yes,
and
they left
want to go down the rabbit hole.
That was all.
Mongolian DNA. Of course, it's probably bunk, but I just thought that was a funny connection.
Might as well.
Well, it was supposedly tall Orion white aliens that did that to him, but then the hair, he gave him hair samples, and there was something strange about the hair samples, but I think the hair actually
they were Mongolian, even though it was blonde. Yeah, the DNA.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Came from those freshwater. Not really.
Well, what's interesting about this case here is that the Russian Navy backs it up. And it's interesting. I can't believe people don't know about this. I've known about this for at least, 8-10 years, something about that, somewhere around there, Lake Baikal. The Russians have a lot of cool UFO stuff they've never disclosed. Hopefully they will someday. Why is this not coming up now? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, give me some more stuff on Lake Baikal. What is there UFO? I didn't find nothing on this.
Do you want me to send you a link?
I can't find. Dude, they really skewed up all the search engines and the algorithms. Now you just get, it's like I get NBC News, Sky News, BBC America, late night show. It's everything that's normally on TV. You know what I mean? And now it's on YouTube on all the top friggin' results when you search for anything. It's just garbage, man.
Hang on, I'll send you a link in the private chat because
fix your service, fix your platform, or more people are gonna just like. Oh.
Hey Jeremy, this guy in the Zoom chat here, Sequitur.
Private chat, bro.
He said hoping to share some UFO, USO stories and experience from when I was a kid to my time as a truck driver, and he said he has some tunnel delivery stories.
Sweet.
Is he here? Talk.
Are always good.
Oh, is that me?
Yeah, man.
Is it me, or are you talking about somebody else?
This guy in the chat here, Sequitur Tenebris, is his name.
Does he have
yeah, you're talking to me.
Yeah, man.
I have a good video. I have a good story.
Cool.
So basically, the clip that I posted to YouTube is actually from a close friend of mine that I used to work with, and he filmed it. Basically some background is he works on roofs. He does like green roofing. So he's always on these roofs. In the middle of the day, he sees this thing in the air, and he hasn't posted the video publicly. I actually like siphoned the video of him showing it to me on his computer. But basically, it's him and this other worker. He sees this thing in the air, and it's like, from his explanation of it, he says it's like the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. And when he first sees it, it's like basically, I would say, a half mile away. And then they're just seeing this thing float, and then it's coming down to the ground. And the full video is 10 minutes long. You see the whole trajectory of it. And it basically comes below the tree line where they can't see it. And they don't see it for like 10, 15 seconds. And then it flies above the tree line, and then starts going super high in the sky. And it's right by, right by an airport in Louisiana. I don't want to dox my location too much, but right by a main airport in Louisiana. And a commercial airline flies underneath it, and then right after the airline flies underneath it, the thing drops right down to the same altitude of it. And there's actually 2 videos, because one of the workers on the roofs, he couldn't see it in the beginning, and he was like, yo, look at this thing. And he eventually started to see it, and he actually started to film it too. So there's 2 videos of it. And his perception of what he saw, he says it was looking like this weird skull in the air, but this guy's also like, you know, a really religious person. So he had never really thought, like, he just doesn't think any of this shit is real. But my friend who originally saw it, he basically instantly, he has told me he's had experiences with these things, and like he's like, I don't know, somehow some antenna. And I've seen the full video. It's way better. It's the best video you'll ever see. It's way better than all the shit they've been posting, because it's in the middle of the day. There's no fucking wind, and on the real video you see this like weird energy field around it, and it's a fucking every person that I've seen the actual video can't explain it. I mean, it's like, it's fucking crazy. Basically, I don't even know what it is. I mean, it's definitely not a drone because there's no wings. And it's just like this shiny, bright, metallic thing. And it's probably like 4 o'clock in the afternoon in like a very popular area. So
you posted this?
I posted a clip of it. I posted the clip that I posted is me filming the video on my phone. He won't let me have the video because he's trying to figure out a way to like post it and basically
show us the clip, please.
I played it a little bit ago. I'll play it again. Here it is. I can't really see much though, because it's like you're filming. It's a video of his screen, you know.
Yeah. Wow.
And it's got this like halo around it that appears when the thing accelerates or slows down. It's like you could see like the ionization around. It looks like ionization that's happening like around it, and it changes to go in front of it. But it's so low resolution, I can't tell if it's like made or not. It's just weird. Yes, definitely try to get the original clip released. If he wants to send it to me, I'll.
Well, the thing is, what he's trying to do is, so I don't know if you guys are like into cryptocurrency, but we're trying to make the video into an NFT. That way we have one print of the copy, and it can't just get completely.
What do you mean by make the video into an NFT? How do you do that?
We're just going to tokenize the video, probably on like Nifty Gateway or one of those platforms like OpenSea.
Yeah, but all you got to do is screen capture that and post it.
No offense, man, but I don't think you're going to get paid for that video. I mean, it's
not about getting paid. It's about having a legitimate original source of it, and you know, it's just another way to basically artifact it and print into the internet. So. It's definitely.
Let me ask you a question. Is your goal of this to try to monetize the video, or is your goal of this to try and make sure the video is basically undeletable?
It's for it to be undeletable, and then also, I mean, like I said, it's my friend's video. It's not my video. If it was my video, I would already have posted it. But my friend's paranoid because he has a bunch of contracts with with government people to work on their building, so he doesn't want to get. The only reason he hasn't posted it out yet because he's scared he's gonna just like people are gonna think he's a fucking lunatic. But you know, this video was filmed before all the before the Tic Tac stuff came out, so it's a lot more what's it called, just more accepted now. So he's trying to figure it out. I mean, he says he's trying to drop it before June, supposedly when the big Pentagon drop's gonna be. You know, because he's.
Is there more to it that it does something phenomenal? Because we're just seeing something that's floating along there.
It's the.
I want to see something take off, man, like really fast.
It doesn't take. It's not. There's no like I would say drastic speed changes, like kind of like the Tic Tac video, but you see it float in a way that is like, and when you see the actual video, they're on top of a roof. So you basically see the skyline of the whole entire city. And you see it just floating, and it's like floating intelligently, like where it knows where it's going, or it's really just fucking creepy, to be honest. Like when
it doesn't stop in midair or do anything totally insane is what I'm getting at.
Basically touched, I don't know if it touched the ground, but it went below our eyesight, below a tree line. And we actually went, when I was working with him, because I used to work with him, I actually got him to bring me to where he thinks it dropped. And it was basically like a small, shallow, like ditch of water, like that, a drainage canal ditch. And it sat there for 10, 15 seconds, comes back above the tree line, goes above the power lines, and then goes basically as high as an airplane. It's right by an airport too, so it's like they had to have it on some type of radar, or it was just completely, not. They just didn't even notice it, and it got so high in the air that it was higher than a plane coming in to land, and then the thing dropped back down at the altitude of where the plane was flying, and it was just like it was intelligently controlled, 100%.
That part's on video where it drops down and matches the plane's altitude. That's on video.
Yeah, it's on video.
Hey Jeremy, real quick, what you're showing there on the screen, this disturbance they talk about below the water before they actually had noticed the tic tacs. That disturbance is exactly what a surfacing submarine looks like. Did you know that?
Yeah. I want to put. That's why I was like, I'm gonna turn this off. I'm gonna show that MP UAV, that multi-purpose UAV. So they.
Hey Jeremy, in a little bit, can we hear from this Sequitur Tenebris guy? He's the one with the tunnel story and everything. We haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, jump on and tell us that, man. And we're almost approaching 4 hours, man. This is great. We have over 400 people watching this live. This is great, man. This is definitely telling me the kind of content people want to see.
Cool
This
story, by the way, Twans. I just wanted to tell you, I thought that was a cool story. I'd like to see more of the video, though.
It's gonna come out. There's two videos. There's one from the other worker and one from my friend who originally filmed.
Two angles.
That showed. Yeah. They're both 10 minutes long, and they're filmed on relatively new iPhones, and you can zoom in and see actually the character of the craft. It's very clear.
Sure.
So I'm gonna try to I'll hit up AlienScientist whenever I can basically get him to drop the video. I mean, he's super set on this NFT thing, which would be, I guess, the first of its kind to NFT a UFO, an original UFO video, or UAP, or whatever you want to call it.
I just worry about if it's that extraordinary, dude, it's gonna get shut down. I feel. I don't know, just
that's why we're trying to NFT it, because if it's on the blockchain, they're not gonna be able to take it down.
All right.
So, that's kind of the other. It's a protection thing, and it's also to protect the actual source of the video, so people don't just go and grab it and use it for their own, for their own thing. But it's like I said, I was always interested in it, and I like watching UFO videos, and I've seen a ton of them. Some of them are, I would say 90% of them are just there's just not enough context or too short. But I would say this one is pretty much it's a bombshell. I think if my homie drops this, it's gonna blow up. So and that's what he's worried about too, because he doesn't want to be he also wants to keep his government contracts, because he actually has a job and does shit.
So
and,
what did they get? Does this get him into an area? Just it's too late now. You should have just approached me on in the future. If anyone's looking to get something like this out, you could send me stuff anonymously. I'll be happy to leak video, and stuff like this, but and analyze it for you, too. But I just feel I don't know. Did he get my question that I had was he's a government contractor. Did this contracting work get him access to an area a location where he was able to film this? Is that
no?
That's kind of what I'm getting.
It's not anywhere near it's a few miles away from a commercial airport, and it's in an industrial area, and the work he does is he lays down green coats on roofs that basically save warehouses and stuff energy costs during the summer, because it gets real hot in Louisiana. And but no, he doesn't. He's not he's never been in the military. Doesn't work for the government. He's just contracted by state and government buildings to fix their roofs. And like I said, he's told me he's had other experiences before, and I didn't really believe him until he showed me that video, and I was like, damn, and I've watched the video 100 times, and it's not on the internet. It's not, and the only way I was able to get that clip of it, because I was in his office, and I low-key filmed the video on his computer. But I'll get him to contact you, and see if he can send you at least like a cut of it. You know, I mean, the thing's 10 minutes long. It's not some like 1 minute clip. I mean, what I just showed you is like literally 15 seconds of it flying in the air.
I hope he doesn't go and watch this and like now he knows like.
I'm gonna
film this computer.
I think Sequitur's ready to tell the story now, so maybe we should.
Yes, let's pass the mic, my friend. That was great. Thank you for sharing. That was awesome. I love this.
Sure.
Stuff.
Hey y'all. So start off, I sent you an email, and I don't know if you got it or not. When I was a kid, my first UFO story was heading home from my grandparents with my mom. We were passing by a large field on the way to the house, and we saw a triangular shaped craft hovering over the field. It had kind of almost like a reddish glow, but it was almost too bright to look directly at it. And it went back and forth for about a minute, 2 minutes. Then it stopped, hovered for another minute or two, and then the light under it actually transitioned from a reddish color to almost like a cobalt blue. And then it shot straight up into the air. In all of this, I'd pulled out my phone. I was going to video it, take pictures, and my mom had stopped me and said, there was military testing, not to mess with it. That she'd seen them her whole life growing up, especially up around the Huntsville, Alabama area. And I've seen all kinds of funky, weird looking aircraft around here over the years, especially when I lived down on the coast. I was right next door to an NAS airfield that they typically were just not biplanes, prop planes to train the new Navy pilots. And every so often at night, you would see some type of weird experimental jet aircraft, a lot of which, after scouring the internet, I found like declassified jet prototypes that were canceled back in the 80s and 90s. And it led me to believe that maybe they're using those to train the pilots and get them used to high speed and extremely maneuverable aircraft, if there are even pilots in them. Because I've also wondered if it's not drone technology that they've been using, which would explain why a lot of these objects are going back and forth at such high rates of speed that would normally crush a human body. You take the human out of it, it makes it a lot easier to manage. And that would also explain why all of a sudden here in Alabama, we're getting all kinds of space and aircraft related industries coming in, as well as the Space Force is coming in. But as far as the tunnels go, I have actually been down in them before. Some of them.
Which tunnel? There's a number of tunnel systems under the U.S. Which ones did you go on?
So a lot of them are marked as Americold refrigerated facilities. There's a bunch of them over in. I'm sorry, I should be asleep right now, so I'm having to think of names. There's a bunch of them over in Missouri.
Oh my God, it's 2 a.m. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Me too. There's a bunch of them over in Missouri. So what we do is we go down into old cave systems or mine systems. They have bored out and widened them out and put dock doors in. And so they'll tell us it's just because it's easier to keep it cold, and some of it could be true. But in this one instance, I went down into one, and you had almost like a highway wide tunnel that I'd say had to have gone down for about 2-3 miles, and I could see trucks, we call them yard dogs, going back and forth at the far end of it. Like there was another tunnel, and they were clearly going at speeds of 45, 50 miles an hour. So it had to be pretty good in length for them to be getting up to and continuing those speeds past that small, or in comparison, that small opening that I had to view them through. So it leads me to believe that a lot of those are how they actually get the supplies in without it being as easily noticed, because most of us don't even realize until we show up to a facility and you have a guy standing there with
right, they got miles of tunnels under there, right? And it's a storage facility, a cold storage facility. Having trucks coming in and out of a place like that's not going to be suspicious at all.
Exactly. And then, when you pull up to a facility, all of us truck drivers, we know which facilities are the government facilities and which ones are civilian. Because a civilian facility, you're not going to pull up and have a guy standing at the guard shack with a weapon in hand. In a civilian facility, they're not going to take your phone away from you. And actually, I've had it a couple of times with different companies where they've put the cameras in the trucks, and they will actually come in and completely disconnect the camera from the truck and take it out and put it in the guard shack. And then they put it back in when you leave. Some of them, they look like abandoned, rundown warehouses, and you pull in and you're thinking that you've gotten the wrong address until you see the first person, and you'll be the only truck in there. So the entrances are around. People are constantly going in and out. And if I ever get into one again, I'm currently working for a different company on a dedicated run that doesn't take me to them. But if I do, and I catch a moment like that and happen to have my phone, I'll try and snap you a picture or two. If they aren't listening and tell my bosses he can't do it anymore.
You're fired. That's it.
Nah, I won't be fired. I'm just a crazy truck driver. We don't know nothing.
Crazy truckers.
As far as USO stories go, I have one that's pretty neat. Was on a cruise, and late at night, I'm a smoker, so I was up above deck and just looking out at the moon on the water, and I saw what I thought was another ship. And, from time to time, the cruises will get up close to each other and sail side by side for a while. So I thought we were getting ready for that. And all of a sudden, what I thought was another ship just bobbed down under the water. Not like a normal submarine where it takes a few minutes to dive under, but it just like a fish coming up to the surface and then bobbing back down under. And about 5 or so minutes later, I could see almost out on the horizon line
Jeremy,
a
I'm
glow.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
While you're talking, Jeremy, load up the video that was just posted in your stream chat, and it's from something that's in our chat, and it is of apparently Red Mercury on video being shown. It's called Red Mercury Red Mercury -fake or key to free energy part 1, and check that out. The link is there in your live chat in your video stream.
I just saw it, man. And now
Laid that. Very interesting. I mean, I don't know if it's photo effects or what. I want you guys to give your opinion on what you're looking at in that video. He shows it at one point about 10 minutes and something in. It's rolling around.
Something went wrong. It won't let me play this video.
No way. I can play it. Well, I guess in that case, I had better download the damn thing then.
Yeah, you better download it.
I've never seen this video, and I've never seen anything that even somebody tried to fake Red Mercury, if that's what this is. But either way, fascinating. Like, this is just like a completely unique little gem here and probably the only thing where
Here
somebody
it is. I fixed the link.
Yeah.
Is this
so
fake?
that's awesome.
It does not exist. It's fake from USSR. Okay, this military myth and blah 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 formula. Blah. Yeah, there's tons of myths about this, man.
Take a look at this craziness, man. It's weird. I don't know. SB207HG2. Whatever that is, I have no idea. I don't know how to synthesize it, but I would like to. And very interesting. Whatever this stuff is, like we have, if it starts with Mercury as a base, which I'd like to know, if anybody understands how this stuff starts, if it starts as Mercury as a base, we have the base. So how do we get it into that form? I don't even know what's going on in this video. Like I see this stuff that looks like literally red Mercury. I have no idea how it's possible. It is so red. I mean, photo effects, obviously, video effects and editing can easily track Mercury inside of a syringe and once it's on a tray, and easily overlay it with a color filter. So it's totally fakeable, but man, is it convincing.
I want to see this. I want to see that part you're talking about. We'll keep playing this.
This
is
you get
neat.
12 minutes
So
into the video.
these are apparently this stuff's in what is it? In grenade detonators?
Yeah, and some grenades in the Soviet Union, and then there's probably like thousands of different videos if you go onto Russian channels that show them taking apart old electronics with the red mercury, as well as different weapons. And all of them, apparently, it attracts gold. It won't reflect in a mirror, and it turns off cell phones and other digital devices.
Apparently, people are going to prison for selling it, and they're calling it frauds and saying that it's that's the excuse they're using.
Look at this part of the video that's streaming live now. Like I'm a little behind, but he's showing this. He just put this like piece of wire across the top of this red mercury thing, open end of the vial, and it just like started glowing as if there's current flowing through it. I need to actually rewind that video and watch that again. You should. Pull that back. Let's look at that. Where that wire goes across that thing. Where was the current coming from?
Right? Like...
Pull that back. Like, that's a little too... Well, what? What? Come on. Like, some of this stuff is so unbelievable. This is so unbelievable. But it's so...
There's literally hundreds of videos of different, like, Arabic channels and former Soviet Republic channels all doing the exact same.
My video is probably just delayed by a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
but yeah,
they could do that with the filters, though. It's almost like they put a filter effect applied to that video, and it's only in one section. I don't know, man. Is that real red mercury?
I don't know.
Oh, man, I just don't know. It's so, like... How
See,
many? Why would there be
so
so many people doing experiments with it and posting videos of it if it's all a fake?
That's the question, right? It's like there's so many that are all identical. What do they gain by it? And it's all like from like ghetto little cell phones of like third world countries. Like the more you look into it, it's crazy.
Well, if ever we needed proof that the reptilians are vampires, here, you know, the garlic is pushing it away. That was a joke.
Right?
Yeah, so a lot of this stuff, just this idea of garlic. Okay, I can see that the chunk of garlic could just be acting as a charge conductor and, you know, connecting to the human's body that's holding it, and maybe there's some electrostatic charge on that thing. I could maybe see that.
Dude, we need to start dealing in red mercury. Look at the prices on this stuff. We should start.
What do you mean look at the prices? You telling me there's a place to buy it just flat out?
That's what he's talking about. That the people are selling, like they're taking apart these old electronics that have this red mercury stuff.
Show me that link. You got to show me that link on something like, I don't know.
Selling it online. They said there's all kinds of fakers selling fake stuff online, and then there's, you know, I don't know. There's like people getting shut down, and the government comes and takes their real red mercury and takes it away, and then gives them fake stuff, and then like says that they were selling.
You can probably go pick it up in the Ukraine.
Well, listen, bud, if you have a link to where you can acquire,
that's like a fuse. That's like a no. What the heck was that, bro? He shows the thing. There's like a vial of this red mercury. What is this?
Guys, be careful. This sounds like element 115.
That's bullshit. Look at this thing he just claimably pulled out of there.
Come on.
Okay, so see now, I was all good before.
That came right out of the fuse thing, and it's just like a it's like.
And then here we go. It is near antenna, input to support, and then he pulls out this little vial. Now that is something I've never seen, and I don't think that's in there. I have no idea.
Look at that. Look at the manufacture date on that. He doesn't show the numbers on it or nothing.
These are video compilations by this one channel, so it's like if one part is fake, don't judge everything.
I know,
by it, right?
So there's got to be some fake stuff out there.
If one part is fake and the vial looks identical, then the likelihood that they're all related, especially if the skin tone and hand size and general layout of the wall texture and video quality is all pretty much identical, indicating to us that it's the same person with the same video equipment doing the same filming. Then
see, that's MeHoob, one channel.
Yeah. Well, I understand there's a lot of different names here, but look at the videography and see if you can identify similarities, maybe indicating that it might be this.
Dude, I wish I knew about this before. When I went to that old lab, I would have been like pulling stuff apart. Now, imagine if I found some of this stuff.
I've taken apart over 35 oscilloscopes. I have, or 35 of those oscilloscopes in that genre, in that era. I've never seen any vial like that. I've maintenanced over 75 oscilloscopes.
It's got to be pre-transistor stuff, right? No.
But are they ones that are made from the former Soviet republics? That's the thing.
They got to come from Soviet Union.
Well, what's the manufacturer's name and what's the model number that supposedly contains them? That's what I would need.
Let's start.
Is that in this video? Is there enough information in the video?
I'm not sure. He's got a couple different compilation videos. The channel we're watching is called Global Vision. So he's a legit Russian investigator. I can't verify any of the clips though that he.
Oh, Jeremy, just
look at that guy's fingernails, pinky nails.
Hey, Jeremy, your excellent audience needs to take a link. And I need you to post
something I noticed too. Yeah,
right now. Let them investigate this guy. Let them see if they can figure out what this is about.
Is this the same guy doing all this? Because Adam just pointed out he had the long fingernail on the back, and that's a sign of a cocaine user, and that's like a drug addict, and someone who uses a lot of money. If someone has a really long pinky nail and none of their other nails are long, that's usually the sign of because it's like a Coke spoon. That's what someone told me one time. So I'd watch out. I don't know.
This is just the MeHoob guy. As the video goes on, he puts videos of other people other than that.
So this is one guy doing all. This is MeHoob. He's doing all these videos, right? Apparently, this is one guy doing all these. Look at this red mercury. This is just a red liquid in there. What is it? And what does it do? Why is it in this electronics if it's this secret anti-gravity crap? I don't get it, man. It doesn't make sense. I want to know more, and I want to have some. Has anyone taken this stuff and analyzed it and showed what it's made out of and what's in it?
And that's why we're having the discussion right now.
Yes.
We can get our hands on whatever this is, figure out either how to synthesize it, where to buy it, or how to obtain it in one way, form, or the other, so that we can actually do experiments with this unique and apparently very strange substance, which may or may not even exist.
So I'm going to turn my laptop around so the video can get one of my jars of what could be a red mercury compound that is formed. And as a heads up, it is copper.
Why does it not appear in the mirror?
Iron and zinc that are all turning into this red crystal-like material.
America built the same devices without that unobtainium. I'm not buying this. There's no leads going to it or from the vials. The vials look alien to the rest of the electronics. This is 115, guys.
Yeah. I know, huh? Look
it
at
smells
this.
like that.
How do you do this? This is like a weird trick.
Hold on. So this video might be 115, but we have somebody here that actually is offering to give us more information. So let's hear him out.
It won't appear in the mirror. It doesn't show up in the mirror.
You want to go ahead and tell us what you were going to say? Oh, silence.
But that's interesting. When the mirror goes down, the redness goes away, so you could tell that it's just reflecting the red thing behind him to make the red effect on it. I don't know, man.
I don't know. We lost Bernie.
Keep going.
Are we still there?
There you go. Yeah, so go ahead. Tell us. What were you going to tell us about this red mercury and proof of its existence? Are you sure it actually does really honestly exist?
Did the video show what I was showing, or did it just go black there?
It didn't go black. Like, I'm watching it. They're showing the formula.
Oh, were you trying to show a video?
Yeah, through my camera.
Oh.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, hold on.
Dude, look at that. Red mercury, and it doesn't appear in the mirror. Oh my God! If this stuff's real and it doesn't appear in the mirror, I want to see this. Like, how would they do this? How would they fake that?
Can you see in my video now the jar with the pinkish red stuff?
That's bullshit. I don't believe that for a second.
Oh man!
I don't believe that for a second. Come on, there's no way. I don't believe that for a second.
I know, right? It's so crazy, dude. I'll believe it. All right, what are we looking at in your jars, man?
So that is iron, copper, and zinc that have all turned into this pink crystally stuff. I need a lab to test out what it is. Alchemists of old age claim that it's some sort of mercury. I'm not making that claim. I don't know what it is, but all the metals turn into that in a certain state of the transmutation process.
What's it supposed to do in the electronics? Hide capacitors from resistors? What's this do in the TVs and in the oscilloscopes?
Can you hear the questions? I'm
sorry.
All right, so I was. What does this do inside the? What is the function of this in the electronics? Like, I don't understand. Like, where that guy on that one video pulled that vial out of the fuse box, and it was much newer. It didn't match the time period, and it looked like something that had just.
Sorry, the Russians claim on the YouTube channels that it amplifies radio signals. And then they also claim that it will shut off digital electronics as well.
Yeah, I saw the phone that shut off with it. This is weird stuff, man. I couldn't find nothing on the red mercury, and now like I wonder if this is counterintel. This is like Russian counterintelligence, bro. It's like.
Well, it's also in a lot of different like Arabic and whatnot YouTube channels as well. It's just blocked in North America.
Wow. This is crazy, man. I wonder what it's made out of, and we can get our hands on some of this so I can put it in an NMR machine and do some spectroscopy on it and figure out what the heck it's made out of. I wonder if it would do the same thing to the NMR machine. What happens when you put it in the NMR spectrometer? What happens? Why is he putting the lemon juice on it to show that it's not
Take off the
paint?
jacket.
Right?
No, I'm not wearing a shirt.
No.
Hello.
So, if
Hello.
you can
That's
see
okay.
in this one at the bottom, this red stuff, I need to get it tested because it could be a red mercury compound. And all metal elements turn into this in this alchemical transmutation process.
What the? All right, man. You're just starting to like make me all weirded out now, man. This is unobtainium, man. How do we make this? How did you make that thing? You have videos on your channel, Bernard, about how to make that stuff?
Not yet. I'm just getting started on making informative videos, but we will try to recreate some on the live interview I do with you next.
Yeah, right. What the heck? This is weird. He's showing it near the TV. It does these weird effects.
Hey Jeremy, there's a guy who asked a super chats question. I think it was for that first UFO video. Not sure.
Yeah, let's. Where the heck was that? That was a while back, right? No, I thought I saw the last one. Victor Wag sent me some stuff, and I'm checking out my inbox. So Thank you for that. We're up to 134 now. We're at the same price on mine that it was at last time I was updated. So anyone, thank you for the super chats. I'm getting tired here, guys. We're pushing 4 hours, and I really,
man.
If I don't get some more super chats soon, I'm gonna hit the hay here, because I do have to work tomorrow. I promised a friend of mine I'd help him out with a job, and so I do have to get to bed here shortly. But anything else? Was anyone else waiting in the chat that wanted to get any information out or say any last things that we want to talk about or cover on the TR-3B flying triangles, which is I kind of want to keep it still on the same topic of this video. There's more stuff that I wanted to say even about this, man. I don't know if Dan's still here, man. We gotta do like a whole nother video. We gotta do one of these every night to tell all the stories we have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
definitely
here, man.
not every night, man. Nobody can.
Talk to Tunnel Guy again. It looks like Tunnel Guy's gone, so.
Yeah, Mr. Tunnel Trucker. He's gonna get some videos.
Maybe do a couple shows a week about UFOs. We could make a hell of a channel.
Oh yeah.
You should find a title for that kind of stream. You should find a unique title for that show, and it should be a thing of its own, and you can differentiate it so people know immediately what they're looking at. And if they're not into that kind of stuff and they don't click on it, and if they are, then your audience is retained and you get good YouTube algo thumbs ups there. So that's what you want. People that want to see the video and it's titled properly so that they stick around, so that they know what they're clicking on before they click it and aren't disappointed, right? So do that.
Yeah, man. There's more we can say on the technology. We're going to make this a part 1 of, something. But, man, I would edit this down more, and I definitely want to dig more into this red Mercury stuff. That was new to my, newly brought to my attention. So,
now that we've actually seen something that looks like it right now, we have to have it, because now our brains can visualize it, and once we can see it in our heads, that means that we can obtain it.
Look like paint to me.
And I have a bunch of the stuff that I've made that I need a lab to test to figure out what the heck it is.
Well,
hey, Birdie, are you interested in like traditional old alchemy?
I have been reading into it, and absolutely, I just need a new lab before I can fully do all the experiments.
I have a book right here
there's a book called The Alchemist Handbook out of Utah that is unbelievably amazing, and it's a disclosure of the Rosicrucian Bohemian alchemists of the 1600s and back.
I have a book here called Splendor Solis. It's called, the subtitle's The World's Most Famous Alchemical Manuscript by Stephen Skinner.
The real ones are the lesser circulation and the grand circulation. The lesser is dealing with the vegetable and animal kingdom. The grand is dealing with the metals.
Very cool. I'm writing that down.
Oh, I had one last question.
It's like that that hermetic code. Yeah, no, keep going, man. I want to end it right at. We'll keep going for a little bit here, man. We got some people joining in still. I'm gonna post I'm gonna post that Zoom link one last time, guys. You join up now, and if you want to just sit and hang tight until there'll be an after party. We can kind of open up after I end the stream, and we can talk about even more crazy stuff than we're talking about now.
For sure. One minute. Oh, good.
So please join up. Please smash that like button, and don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more information. Where can Dan, real quick? Where can people get more information? We got to put up a new page on the TR-3B and flying triangles on the website, man. Because I had a whole page on the TR-3B on my old website. Do we have a page still? I got to figure this out. I got to get a whole page going on TR-3B. I have a page right here that still links to the old site that people can go find and read some of the old. And this is a little outdated information, but this is our investigations into the TR-3B, including all the pictures that we have, all the drawings of it and everything from all the slides from Ed's presentations. So people can go check that out there, and some of the stuff on the old website, and start digging into the information and what you want, whatever. All right, so let's anyone else want to say anything or talk about anything? Let's get back into this discussion we were having on I don't know, red mercury sounds interesting and stuff. You said there was something about this in the Rosicrucian code, and
yeah, I just posted the link in the Zoom chat right now to the Rosicrucian writing, and it's interpreted by a Utah group published, but it's called The Alchemist's Handbook, and it dissects the lesser circulation, which is all about how they take the oils out of different plants and whatnot and essentially harness their DNA/amino acids and refine it and use it as medicines. And yeah, it's pretty good in-depth real lab experiments for anyone interested in reproducing old school alchemy.
What does the word lesser denote in those experiments? Because
it has to do with that lesser was for the neophytes to learn the first levels and chapters of alchemy, and then the grand was for the adepts to learn into the transmutations of metals and cold fusion and the rest of it.
The cold fusion stuff is my brother's into that old school Masonic alchemy and stuff. I'm more into Eastern alchemy, inner alchemy, and in Eastern alchemy, a lesser path would kind of be like, get merging with the Tao by smoke and pot. It'd be like not as high of an attainment at all. It'd be a lesser means, a lesser science.
Smoking.
But
pot?
yeah,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about lesser science. Well, never mind. It's probably a totally different thing. But like a lesser path would be something that could be considered a spiritual experience, like DMT or some. These alchemists would poison themselves eating the stuff that they create. And being poisoned.
My theory is the ones that were poisoned, it was from the actual cold fusion nuclear decay that was being caused when they were using denser metals, and there would be actual radioactive decay that caused their deaths. Pretty much similar to like Martin Fleischmann, who discovered cold fusion and then they claimed it wasn't real, only for him to die of nuclear radiation poisoning.
Yeah, totally cool that you're getting into that stuff. That's the one thing that's bringing me back around on transmutation and alchemy, like Western alchemy, is the cold fusion stuff. But I'm just talking about like hallucinating. First of all, is a natural reaction to being poisoned, and some of them did poison themselves just by putting together chemicals and messing around in the wrong ways. And I'm just saying there could be parallels. I don't know what lesser meant in that description of the ceremony or whatever, but I'm just bringing up like in Eastern alchemy, a lesser path would be, not that great of an achievement, or something that's just an assisted vision or something like that. But all right, carry on.
Lesser alchemy and greater alchemy. So lesser alchemy is just experimenting with the substances themselves, and the greater alchemy is learning the science of how to make them and transmute them and build them. And
you got
them.
it. I highly recommend reading the book that I posted the link for. It's really good.
Yeah, I'll check that out. I had you have to give me access. I requested it, and I'll definitely go check it out. And anything else that we should go look at or check out? Any links or stuff to more information that we should cover or talk about before we sign off here? Anyone else had anything they wanted to say? Jump in the chat and say it. And hello, anybody?
Hello.
I mean,
It's pretty damn late. I would say we're about ready to call this a pretty good broadcast.
Yeah, man, that was great, man. We covered a lot of stuff. Again, the TR-3B, Edgar Fouché is the guy that originally talked about that. I've done tons of research into this. Probably we could talk about this for a whole another 4 hours. Obviously not right now, but thank you all for tuning in. This has been great. We've had over 400 people. This is a record stream for this channel, and I'm glad we're finally breaking through the shadow bands and the algorithms, and maybe hopefully we can get the people the content that they need and that they want, and who are trying to research this stuff and learn more about it, because there's so deep down the rabbit hole you can go with some of this stuff, and it's great. I love it. I love all of it. Martin Fleischmann, all the scientists that gave their lives to bring us this information and made lots of sacrifices in their careers to speak out, including Avi Loeb, who we started with. Man, the guy's gotten all kinds of, attacks and people going after him for the stuff that he said about aliens and this Umamau. And props to this man for pushing that paradigm, and I hope he, continues to push that paradigm, doesn't get scared away from this type of stuff, and then starts to really understand that, yeah, this stuff does go deep, that maybe there are people that would have a reason to keep this stuff covered up in secret, and maybe they do that. They do indeed do this, and hopefully we can get some smart scientists to figure out exactly how this stuff works, man, because it's honestly, I've dug into it for 16 years and I can't do it alone. I need the help of other people like you and someone out there watching right now is probably,
Looks like YouTube's going to go down, though. It's very weird what's going on. There's so much strange coincidences all happening at once. If YouTube goes, then what, Jeremy?
Well, if my channel goes off YouTube, guys, I'm probably going to go to Odyssey first. So if they deplatform me here and we disappear off here for talking about this stuff, which could happen, you never know. I'm going to
start uploading all your stuff here when you get a chance. One video, a couple.
I've started. I've been doing like 1 or 2 a day. I'm trying, and I'm editing a lot more of my stuff down in the process to make these shorter videos that are more digestible and easier on newcomers. Because
a lot of my friends' channels are gone, and they were UFO channels. There was some politics on there, but they were UFO channels. They're just gone. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if they mentioned that bad word you're not supposed to mention or what, but they're gone.
Yeah.
History.
The bad words now?
Yeah,
the bad words.
Keep adding,
bad words.
Adding.
Before we say any of those bad words, we're gonna end this right now at 4:20 on 4:20.
4:20. Trying to turn the frogs gay.
Enjoy the celebrations to tomorrow or today, wherever you are.
I'm hungry.
And thank you guys for watching. We're gonna go talk. Join us in the live chat. I'm gonna post the link here, and we're gonna talk about all kinds of naughty, bad words that we're not allowed to talk about on YouTube. So.
I just wanted to say hi.
This is my girlfriend. She's saying hi.
I listen to you guys all the time. You are all dope. I enjoy listening to